welcome back, everyone. Welcome back of ESL Open Cup Europe number 214. Oh my, the ESL Open Cups, they keep on coming and they keep on coming. We just, of course, wrapped up with ESL Open Cup Asia. We had a couple of hours break and now we have returned with the European Cup instead. And we have our first matchup. We have our first matchup here of the night. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have the yellow Zerg player from the land of Sweden representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Protoss player, a player that I have not casted in quite some time. The Teal Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Gunnar. Gunnar, of course, actually used to compete in our online events, in our online amateur events, back when I believe he was Masters. I can't quite remember if we casted him when he was Diamond, but it's been quite some time. Great to see a familiar face after many, many years, back when we hosted the Sea Duckling Open, the Masters Swan Open as well. And now Gunnar has, of course, made his return. At the same time, though, he's up against Fiant. A big name, a rising star in the European scene. Fiant is coming in to make a deep run, and did make a deep run last week. We were lucky enough to cast him. We'll see if he can do so again. We'll see if Gunnar, or what Gunnar can bring to the table. So far, Gate Expand. Gate Expand standard opener here from the likes of Gunnar. Meanwhile, Fiant going for a Hatch Gas Pool standard opener as well. Nothing out of the norm, nothing too weird here. At least not in the early game of this PvZ. There's no fast gas, there's no fast pool, there's no rush on the way, and there's no proxy from the Protoss. Everything looking above board for the time being. Meanwhile, big shout out to... So I'm just catching up. Big shout out to Facer in the chat. Facer213. Thank you so... Thank you so much for resubscribing here for 8 months. That's a lot of months. It's over half a year. Thank you, Papi. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate the support here on the CranKy Ducklings. Hope you enjoy your replay packs. Hope you enjoy your emotes. Hope you enjoy the content that we have on the channel. Thank you. Thank you. Gracias. And oh my god, I miss PvZ so much. we barely got any PvZ over the weekend over IEM Katowice. I am very happy, of course, to be casting some of it once again. It's a breath of fresh air here as we have a Twilight Council opener, an aggressive opener here out of Gunnar. Lings are looking to get a scout if they do slip on in. The wall is not a wall. One Ling goes down, but the other will make it through, and we get a full scout of the main. We get eyes on the Twilight Council. Big scout here from Fiant. He's aware to throw down a faster Roach Warren. He's aware of the potential Glaive Adepts or DTs. Glaives just started, was cancelled, and I wonder what Gunnar is going to be going from here, as he is going for, a Dark Shrine instead. Okay, so a little bit indecisive, cancels the Glaives, throws down the wall, starts up a Dark Shrine. Now, DT openers are not all in by any means. They are designed to get some economic damage done, to gain map control, to allow you to expand and to take a third base as well, depending on how we approach this. But again, Gunnar ideally should be looking to warp in 4 DTs, harass, back off, morph them into Archons, harass with Archons instead, and again to force Fiant to stay back at home while he takes his third base. Meanwhile, Fiant's back at home, Hatch Gas Pool, we're droning, we're still not quite at the 4-minute mark. It is still too early to throw down the Roach Warren, but around 4 minutes we should be throwing down our tech, we should be throwing down the Roach Warren. And there it is. Roach Warren has been thrown down at the 3:55 mark. We have the Spore Crawler on the way. We don't know if it's DTs or Adepts, so we throw down the Safety Spore just in case it is going to be the Dark Shrine, and it happens to be calling it correctly here, as it is DTs. Meanwhile, catching up in the chat. Light made it safe. Welcome back, Light. I mean, again, this is the second broadcast so far of the day. I'm not quite back in Australia yet. Still going to be quite a ways until that happens. I'm back here in Poland. Still in Poland, actually. So in Bologna. Ooh, and we're doubling down. We're going for some Blink DTs. Okay. Very interesting. We have Blink on the way. DTs have been morphed in back at home. We're going for a charge behind this as we take a third base. So we're taking a third. We're not harassing with the Dark Templar yet. We're keeping them at home. Interesting choice here. I mean, we don't have a Robo. That's the interesting thing about what's happening here. There is no Robo, there is no way to harass across the map, to warp in across the map, or even morph in Archon. So yeah, really interesting version and deviation of this build from Gunnar. I'm not sold on it. Robo is now on the way, very delayed here for Gunnar. And as a result, he will bleed out a couple of Adepts. Lings, they get a surround here on the third base. We're drawing out the Adepts, we're looking for surround, and we will get them. Yeah, we come in for the surround. We will shut down one, we'll shut down both. Both Adepts will fall. Ooh. So again, good trades for Fiance, and behind this we are amassing roaches, we're amassing more lings. We're cutting drones here at 44, but there we go, we're going back into droning, but we're making a safe amount of roaches and lings to make sure we don't suddenly die to an all-in. Once again, we drag out the Adepts, we get us around once again here. Not the best surface area, but 2 more Adepts go down, we have another Adept on the way. Good target firing here by Fian, does focus down as many of these probes as he can. 4 more probes do fall. Behind this, how many gateways are we working with? We have 4 gates for the time being. We have a 5th and 6th gateway on the way alongside Charge. This should be a 3-base all-in from Gunnar. We don't have the most amount of gateways, that is true, but we've just been bleeding out so much. We need to do something, and here comes the Roach Army here of Fian, saying, if you're not coming to me, I'm coming to you. And he's coming strong. As the Lings, they chase down the probes, the third base is going to go down. We have detection available just in case there were some defensive DTs. We have 2 more gates, 8 gates in total on 2 bases. Gunnar has no way of saving his third base, and he's stuck on 2 bases instead. Fianta pushing forward here across the map. Looks like DTs did kill a hatchery, actually. They did kill a base. But can we defend? That's the question. Can we survive the attack here from Fiance? Plenty of roaches to work with. We go to the top of the cyber core. It's going to be going down as well. Archons are going to be forcing this back. We do survive on 2 bases. Meanwhile, Fiance is double expanding, getting his 3rd and 4th base up and running. He's joining up as well. And Gunnar, he's in a rough position. But with all these gateways, with his tech available, I imagine he won't be resaturating. He could take a 3rd base, yes, but I imagine we're going to be warping in more Zealots and getting ready for a push. A 2-base all-in is the best option here for Gunnar. Outside of that, maybe if he's able to cripple a mineral line, if he's able to get into some drones and to shut them down, then maybe we can come back. Speaking of, the Prism does move out, but we get spotted by these Lings. It is going to be the Archon drop. We're now busy chasing down the Lings. Building up here with more Archons. Sentries being morphed in as well. Probe moves out to expand and take a 3rd base. There is a changeling in position. And we'll get eyes on the would-be 3rd. And that's going to be go time for Fiance. He did drone up a little bit. He droned up to 54, but we don't need to saturate these 4 bases. We can, of course, have our win condition be deny this 3rd. Over and over again. Lings have arrived. They shut down the pylon. Army moves out. Suddenly, a lot more exposed. Suddenly, Fiance can engage. He's going to be distracted by these Archons for the time being. What are the Zealots? As the Zealots are going to be surrounded. And again, as Gunnar situates himself to take the 3rd base, again, he's that much more exposed. Pylon about to finish up. We need shield batteries ASAP. Nexus is on the way. Fiance getting ready for his push. Is droning up and saturating his 4th behind this as well, so he's not all in. But with this army, he can shut this down, to be honest. He can deny the 3rd. Takes down another Zealot. Shield batteries still not quite done. Yeah, we collapse here on top of the sentries. 1, 2 sentries go down. That is a lot of Archons. The Immortals have arrived. Decent juggling here from a Gunnar. We're going to be able to force this back. Did lose a lot of sentries, but at least we do hold on to the 3rd. Gunnar, he will force back the army. Behind this, we have reinforcements. Fian actually going for a Roach run-by. Still droning up. Still working on a Bailey nest. Good trade so far here by Gunnar, but he's being dragged out of position. And the Roaches, they're getting into the natural. They do slip into the mineral line, and probes are going to be going down. forcing Gunner even more all in, and he's recalling back home. I mean, he will clean this up, but there was potential in his attack, and now we're buying so much time. 10 plus probes going down. And now Fiant, now that he's droned up to 75, we can, of course, focus on maxing out and focus on rebuilding our army. Fiant can look to max out. Meanwhile, Gunner, his push has been delayed. We're morphing in more. That's a lot of Archons, to be fair. That is a lot of Archons. We're on 3 Immortals. But Gunner is down to 28 probes. Again, 1.5-ish base economy. Just over 1 base economy here. And we are pushing. Here we go. It's all or nothing for Gunner. There is no turning back. Fianto has had plenty of time to remax, throwing down some spine crawlers, getting ready here for harassing his mineral lines. Harass at least at this northern base. And Fiant could try to collapse on this. He's not really fully aware of what's behind it and how large or how small the army is. So Fiant, he's just focusing on maxing out. A couple more overlords on the way. Here we go. Gunner does push in. Decent force fields. Does catch a couple of those roaches. Again, force fields thrown down once again. Not the most amount of ravages available here for Fiant, but he breaks on through. Gets on top of the Archons. Queens have arrived, focusing down that War Prism as well. Good target firing out of Fiant. And yeah, there just isn't enough on the ground. The Prism goes down. GG, well played, and Fiant will take game number 1. GG. Again, a bit of an awkward start to the game. Winding it back a little bit here. Remember, it was a DT opener, but there was no Robo, right? Like, and for those that are curious, without a Robo, you can't reinforce across the map. You can't be as aggressive, and you can't go for that kind of follow-up harassment with Archons that we typically would expect. So it was a bit of a wonky start there. A bit of a wonky start for Gunner, unfortunately. And with that shaky start, Fiant was able to be so comfortable in the early game. Throw down his Roach Warren, get a full scout going as well, get his spores up and running, and yeah, just be in full control, to be honest. He did stumble a little bit, Fiant, I mean. He did lose a hatchery. That did happen to the DTs. But outside of that, he was very much so in control. And yeah, with that, Fiant does take a lead in the series. But merely a lead. You know, Gunner can try to fight back here. Can bring us back to the ace match. I do want to believe. So get ready for game number 2. Here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have the Swedish Zerg player, the yellow Zerg representing Team Roddy. It is Fiant. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Ukrainian Protoss player, the teal Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Gunner. I'm just double checking here, and earlier today we were live with ESL Asia. We were the only English cast, and it looks like we're the only one here as well. Shout out to Dave Testa. I did notice Dave in the chat. We will not be casting ESL Americas, so Dave, if you're listening, then ESL Americas, it's all yours. It's all yours. Unfortunately, it's at a really bad time here in Europe, so we won't be able to cast it. So again, I think Dave was also the only English caster last week for ESL Americas, so yeah, take it, Pappy, take it. Here we go. Classic is playing? Yes, Classic is playing. As we saw in ESL Asia, Classic, he, of course, didn't travel. He wasn't a part of IM Katowice. And it's interesting that he decided to stay up here. Now, Classic will be playing at a ping disadvantage. That is true. But he does pose a threat. And he is going to be a big name in the tournament. So keep your eyes on Classic. There are some other big names as well. I believe Lambo is there. Of course, Max Pax is in the bracket. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have the Polish players. Again, the Polish players didn't have to travel too much. So Spirit is here. I do see Mana. Yeah, quite a stacked tournament. Quite a stacked tournament here overall. So yeah, it could be anyone's game. It is going to be who can bring down max packs, and I do see some players that can beat max packs, that have beaten max packs in the past, but it's one of those things where they're not consistent, and they're not, again, consistently beating max packs. They're not favored against max packs by any means. There are chances to bring him down, but merely chances here, no sure thing. So we'll see if anyone can bring it to the Danish Protoss. Do scroll on down. Hello, Frank. Hello, hello. Just catching up. Do you see some I am talk in the chat? I am just talk. I am. Oh, be careful. Don't get baited by the balance talk. Keeping an eye on the chat. As for the timing, Gunnar is going to be going for a Stargate opener. Once again, 2 games in a row, Fiant does slip into the main base, does get a full scout, does get eyes on the tech, and is aware of the Stargate into Oracle. A much more standard opener, which makes sense on Alcyone. This map is much more macro-oriented. It's larger, longer rush distance by ground, so Stargate play makes plenty of sense. One probe does get picked off. Good catch there from Fiant. And Gunnar across the map likewise gets across the map with 2 adepts. We'll pick off a couple of drones as well. Not too bad. As long as he can escape, this is worth it for Gunnar. And he will shade away. Does shade back. Should be getting back home in position to protect his 3rd base. But no, he sticks around, continuing to shade across the map. Bold move here by Gunnar. Again, if he does lose these adepts, that will be the end of his 3rd base. So yeah, he is racing back home. Wing speed does kick in. Oracle going to be threatening the main. And Fiant likewise threatening the 3rd base of Gunnar. As the adepts are in position, so we do back off. Meanwhile, the Oracle gets across the map, gets 1 drone kill here at the natural. Oh, Fiant. What was that? Okay, Bailey Nest. I thought I saw something for a moment there. But Bailey Nest is going to be on the way. So interesting, Fiant, he's not going into Roaches. He's going to be playing Ling Bane. This could be Ling Bane Hydra. This could also be Ling Bane into Ultras, into Fast Hive Tech. So we'll see which direction Fiant goes in. Again, typically if a player feels like they have a lot of freedom, if they have a lot of map control, you can get away with Ling Bane into Hive Tech, into Ultra. It is a risky playstyle, but a playstyle you can go for, again, if you are confident, if you do have that control. We'll see if Fiant does go for it. For now, just testing the waters, getting an eye on that 3rd. Oracle, ooh, takes a lot of hits though. Does sustain a lot of damage. And will barely float away. As interesting, with the Roach Warren, with the Bailey Nest, I assumed that we would be skipping the Roach Warren, but no, the Roach Warren was thrown down as well. So it's going to be Ling Bane at Roach Ravager. We're not rushing into Hive. We're not rushing into Hydras. That is not going to be what Fiant goes for. Interesting choice. He is going to be up against Charge Lot Archon, and the Overlord does, of course, confirm the tech, the production. Not quite certain whether or not there is going to be Charge or Stalkers. Ooh, and we're going for a very tech-heavy style. Okay, so Gunnar, upon throwing down the double robo, this is going to be a very defensive style out of Gunnar. He's going to be defending back at home, building up towards eventually 4 Colossi. Typically with double robo, we throw down the robotic spay. Now that I think about it, my apologies. Since we're going Charge Archon to begin with, this could just be double robo immortal production. This looks very Cristiano-esque. For those of you that have been watching Cristiano these past couple of months, you would have seen him beat players like a Laser and beat even stronger Zerg players. I believe beats Lambo in the Open Cups with this like very immortal heavy style. Immortal Archon heavy style. So we'll see if Gunnar intends on emulating Cristiano. Yeah, there we go. Immortals are on the way. Meanwhile, across the map, Gunner finding some damage here. Gets 3 drone kills at the 4th base location. Not too bad. Gunner getting damage done, not losing too much either. I'm very impressed here in game number 2 with what Gunner has to offer. Far more than we saw previously. Oh, as he gets 7, 8 drone kills here at the 4th. My Gunner. Getting a lot done. Very nice. Meanwhile, Gunner is deviating away. I was excited for a moment. I was really looking forward to that Archon Immortal like max out. Unfortunately, we are transitioning away. We're getting we're getting a second Immortal, but we have the Bay on the way, so it looks like we are indeed headed towards Colossus, which means this push is going to be delayed. We're going to be staying back at home. We're going to be turtling. This means that Fiant has the freedom to re-drone, take the goal base, saturate that base as well, and max out. Essentially, Gunner is stuck at home, and Fiant has freedom. Has so much freedom to do as he pleases. Gunner slowly taking a 4th, is scouted by Fiant, is aware. Fiant's going to be pulling back. And there's that double Colossus production. So the power spike here for Gunner is going to be 4 Colossi. We're going to have 2 initially, and then we're going to have the 3rd and 4th, of course. That's usually when the Protoss does move out. That's when they've hit critical mass. Of course, with a ground army to support, which we are working towards. But again, if you do realize that this is happening, the Zerg player can take advantage of you, and they can take up into Hive. Hive is on the way. We would typically be seeing a Hydra Den and a Lurker Den on the way, so we can rush into Lurkers in time for this push. We'll see what direction Fiant goes in. He has melee upgrades. He's focusing on melee despite getting the Roach Warren. I believe did he get Roach Speed? He did get Roach Speed, but no range upgrades. This tells me that this could be Lingbane Roach Ravager into those Ultras that we spoke about at the start of the game. Ultras may be on the mind, and that would make sense just because we do not have a Spire or a Hydra Den. There we go. We have Lingbane Roach here on the left and right. Safe Trap going to be going up. But the wall is going to be broken. Yeah, the wall is not a wall. The Lings, they do flood in. Roaches as well into the natural base. Hive is done. Zelts are going to be going down at the same time. We're pushing on the right-hand side. Gunner is in position. Good positioning here by Gunner. Able to swat away the main army, but he is taking damage here at the natural. Probes are going down. The Cybercore is being focused as well. The Oracle's doing what they can, but we lose 20 probes. And we're not done. No. We're not done. 29 workers, 30 probes go down. And we're still being cleaned up. Extended Lance is done. We spoke about it. There's that Ultra Cavern on the way. Again, it makes sense just because there was no other form of tech, and we were focusing on melee upgrades. So it all kind of pieced together. And now Fiant is maxing out. Gunner was doing a good job taking up until this moment. He was harassing, he was dealing damage, but his economy is now crippled. He's down to 47 probes. And how many Colossi do we have? We have 4. We do have a lot of Colossi, but what else do we have to work with? That's the problem here. We don't have an economy to sustain this army. Gunner is stuck at home. Honestly, he's stuck here at home. Stuck rebuilding. Zealot Runby is going to deny base, thankfully. Hatchery is going to be cancelled. It is going to be cancelled here as Fiant forced to come back home. Kindness Plating is now on the way. Adrenal more than halfway done. Fiant's getting ready to push. And can we hold? Can we survive? I think we might be able to hold the main assault. But what about the run-by? What about the Lingbane on the left-hand side? As Balin's there sneaking on in. Probes are going to be pulling away. 3 workers go down. Not the best trades here from Fiant. At the same time, Lingbane is amassing towards the north. Oh, big stasis trap here on so many of those Lings. Storm not done. We collapse here on the High Templar. 1, 2 High Templar go down. And can we snipe that Cybercore? I think we can. Cybercore does get sniped. At the same time, Fiant trying to find damage here at the 4th. Not going to be able to. He's going to be crashing into Archons. Not a good trade for Fiant whatsoever. A good fight for Gunner. Lings are denied into the natural. Gunner, he has a bit of momentum. He's going to be moving out. The problem here is the Ultras. We have 6 Ultras in production. Kindness plating seconds away from finishing as well. And Gunner hasn't recovered his economy. He's still stuck on 43. He's all in. Gunner, he's all in with this push. He can't quite sustain a longer game. And Fiant, all he has to do is survive. Just weather the storm. And there is no storm. Oh, no. It's just Archon Colossus. We have 5 Colossi. Oh, my God. It's quite a bit of overkill. Bit of overdamage. Here we go. We are pushing in. But Fiant, he was given the time he needed to remax. Ultras, they collapse on this army. We're also coming from behind, getting us up with the Colossi. Yeah, Blinding Clouds, they cover the Colossi as well. And we just swallow up the army. And there is nothing left here for the Protoss. Every single Colossus falls. GG gets called. Well played. Good luck in the next game. And Fiant will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A solid result there for Fiant. But a shout out to Gunner. Again, to wind it back, if you maybe tuned in a little bit later, we did cast Gunner years ago. You know, Gunner, the Ukrainian Protoss. I remember when he was Diamond. I remember when he was Masters, when he was, again, more of an amateur player. And he has improved so much over the years. I'm happy to see him still a part of the scene, still competing, still a part of StarCraft. And yeah, Gunner, even though he gets 2-0'd, Fiant is, you know, one of the up and coming pro players in Europe. Gunner still building himself up and doesn't quite make it here, doesn't make it past the first round, but Fiant is no easy opponent and there's no shame in going down to Fiant. None at all. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Fiant as he does advance on, and we can take a moment here to have a look at the bracket. Until then, going to be catching up in the chat. Catching up, man. Catching up. Oh, we're talking about how cold it is. Oh, I'm loving the weather talk. Ooh, as it looks like there is another series available. It looks so good. Do I jump in? I think we try to jump in. Wait, what's the score? I need to know. What is the score? Let's go. Okay. Score is currently 0-0 as we do switch our scenes over. To try to catch up on what has been going on. Here we go. From the top. No, it looks like Classic. He signed up, he checked in, but he did not show up. So Classic, it looks like there is a walkover. I was looking forward to seeing Classic in this tournament, but unfortunately it is quite late in Korea and he may have just gone to bed. So unfortunate there, as there is a walkover over Classic. That will make the upper half of the bracket significantly easier. Will make it easier here. Will make it significantly easier here. As we scroll down here, we have Nabokachon, the French Zerg player, up against Naji. Again, both players have been quite active over the years. Nabokachon, another one of our amateur players that we have been casting over the past couple of years. It's been great to see him grow. We have Mixu versus Forjumi. That is the series that is about to start. That is about to begin, and we will be jumping on that as soon as we can. One moment. As we do try to set that up. Try to set that up here. Scrolling down a little bit further. So again, Mixu versus Forjumi is about to begin. That's going to be what we're casting next. Scrolling down, we have Gung Fu Banda versus Boanan. Boanan 2-0's hero. not to be confused with the Korean hero, but the French hero. That's a pretty good result, not gonna lie. So shout out to Bonan. It's going down. We have Countess taking down Bad Boys 2-0. We have Mana waiting for his next opponent. Mana going to be favored to make a deep run here. Most likely facing off against Gung Fu Banda in a PvP. Again, if you're familiar with the online European Cups, you would know that PvPs are all the craze. And I'm going to try and avoid the PvPs for as long as I can. But there's only so much I can do. Only so much. GG Machine 2-0's Defi. Potential rematch. For those that were here last week, GG Machine did 2-0 Harstem. He did knock Harstem out of the tournament last week, and it looks like they're going to be facing off again. Can Harstem get his revenge, or will he be knocked out by GG Machine? That's the question. That is the question here. So we'll see if he can avenge himself. Scrolling down, we have Nikic versus Disc in a Zerg versus Protoss. That's a really good matchup, to be honest. I do look forward to that Nikic versus Disc series. We have Young Yakov versus Middle VK in a ZVP. But, again, another ZVP going to be occurring here in the round of 32. Scrolling down, we have Epic, who should be making a deep run here against Lambo. Potential Zerg versus Terran. Oh my, let's go. Let us go. As they can potentially face off. We have Spirits versus Dimaga. Potentially up against Dimaga. Next. So potentially TVZ. Again, there are some Terran players sprinkled around. Epic, Spirit. I saw Baby Marine earlier. We have Fiance going up against Matrix. No, as as it looks like Matrix got the walkover over Milky Cow. That is so unfortunate. I was looking forward to Fiance versus Milky Cow. That was gonna be a solid Zerg versus Terran. A solid Zerg versus Terran, but Milky Cow not here. There's a walkover. Matrix advances on. He's a Polish Protoss player. So Fiant versus Matrix up next instead. Feels bad, man. Meanwhile, Geralt's waiting for his next opponent. Should be Baby Marine, PvT. We have Christiana looking to make a deep run here. Christiana versus either Baby Marine or Geralt here in the round of 16. Look forward to it. Shout out to Christiana as he made a deep run last week. I believe he made it to the finals. Let me just double check. Christiana. Yes, did make it, sorry, to the semifinals. In last week's tournament. So we'll see if he can make a deep run once again. And let's wrap up towards the lower half. We have Wayne versus the World into Indy. Big shout to Indy, fellow caster. And the winner moves on to the round 16 to face off against either Nice, Requiem, or Ashbringer. So another Protoss there going to be facing off against most likely Wayne. Wayne is coming in as a heavy favorite here in this portion of the bracket. Big Zerg player. Nickrak versus Battle B, TVT in the round of 32. We have Maxpax here at the bottom of the bracket. Maxpax looking for a deep run. Can he be stopped? Can Battle B, Nickeract, Ashbringer, Nice, Wayne, can either of these players stop Maxpax from making it to the finals? Christiana, Geralt, and Baby Marine, I wish them all the best. Wish them all the best of luck here to bring him down. Now that Classic isn't here, I do think that the biggest threats for Maxpax are going to be Spirits and Lambo. I believe they're up here. Hold on. Yes, Spirit is going to be the big Terran. Lambo, of course, as well. So mainly Spirit, Lambo, potentially an upset with Young Yakov or Christiana. Or Geralt in a PvP. We shall see. So again, a pretty large bracket. Pretty large bracket overall. Catching up. am catching up in the chat. Do you stream from YouTube as well? I do. We do have a YouTube channel that is currently streaming this broadcast. We're co-streaming on Twitch and YouTube, as a heads up. And let's wrap up towards the lower. Okay, there we go. So we are on YouTube. Oh, there was some Finnish talk in the chat, Pappy. Well, like covering ESL Open Cup EU. Yes, we casted the European Cup last week as well. I'm currently residing in Poland, of course, so I am covering the EU Cups. Oh, hello, Night Phoenix. Why aren't you in the tournament? Este Night Phoenix. I mean, to be fair, you're probably preparing for the tournament. I understand. Most likely preparing for the upcoming tournament, but here we go. We're diving into our next series. We're diving into our next Zerg versus Protoss. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Protoss player, the green Protoss, representing himself, I believe. Oh, I have to fix that. It is for Jumi. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. Here we go. But yeah, shout out to Night Phoenix in the chat. For those that are curious, he's a very strong, well, arguably the best player in all of Ukraine, a Protoss player, but recently did qualify for a big event, and I'm sure is focusing on improving in Stormgate at the moment. Wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised. Catching up. Roddy not casting. I believe Roddy is traveling. I believe a lot of the other talent from IEM Katowice is traveling. Thankfully, I can cast because even though I was at IEM Katowice, I am still here in Poland. So the commute wasn't anywhere near as long as some of our other talents and other casters and other players as well that are still, I imagine, in the midst of traveling or even jet lagged or tired from the weekend or hungover in some cases. I'm shaking my head. So thankfully we don't have to worry about that, which is why we were able to cast ESL Asia earlier and now ESL EU. But now that we're getting into our openers, it is going to be a gate expand from Forjumi, standard opener from our German Protoss, and our Finnish Zerg going hatch gas pool as well. Standard openers all around. Standard openers. As we are just going to be droning up. And again, we're still waiting for our tech of choice for Jimmy, opening up Sentry. Very interesting opener here. Okay. Oh my god. This is as greedy as you can get, by the way. We're opening up Sentry into a Nexus before the natural was even done. An insanely fast third base. The Overlord, I believe, did see the probe. But can we put 2 and 2 together? Because the Overlord did not see that third base. I don't have confirmation. Lings, though, they're about to dip in. And we should get eyes on the insanely fast third. We should, but we do not. Uh-oh. Lings, they dip forward. They get eyes on the Sentry. They can get some damage done, but they shouldn't be able to break through. Again, Mixu. He doesn't see, he doesn't know. He is droning, by the way. Hallucination Scout is moving out. And for Jumi, he's gonna get away with this. Yeah, we're making 7 more drones behind this. Link speed about to kick in. Mixu working his own third base. Fun fact, the third here of Forjumi is faster than the third of Mixu. This is unheard of. In this matchup, to get a faster third than the Zerg player is wild. Forjumi, I believe, is streaming his POV, so he's having fun. He's having some fun here. Crazy, Papi, crazy. Gonna be probing up as hard as he can. Again, very delayed tech in favor of a better economy. Into Forge. Into... Oh my god! for Jimmy on Oceanborn of all maps. Okay. Triple Forge? This is illegal. This is illegal, and for Jimmy, he may die, he may be arrested here, because Mixu, that is a Roach Warren at, I believe that was the 3-minute 40 mark, 3-minute 45. Very early Roach Warren. Against a Twilight Council opener, this makes sense. Against something greedy, this can kill. Oceanborn is not unheard of to go for these Queen Roach all-ins on this map. We do have the lair on the way. I'm curious if we're going to be investing into Overlord speed. I'm curious what this lair is going to be used for here, as Mixu did invest into a very early Roach one, but we are droning. Mixu playing overly safe, misreading. He did see the third though. He is aware of how fast his third base is, but again, Giga Fast third into Triple Forge into very delayed tech. No blink, no charge, no Stargate, no robo production. This is insanely greedy here from Forjumi, and he's getting away with it. Mixu's droning. I assumed that he was going to try and punish and try to go all in, but no, he's not. He's working on +1 range. He's taking gases. He's droning up, working, I imagine, towards the 4th base. Yep, there we go. Drone is on the way for the 4th. And Forjumi is just, yeah, in a really good position. Insanely good position. Here we go. Fourth Nexus on the way here for Jumi. On par with the 4th base of Mixu. Oh my god. And now we're working on the Twilight Council. Again, this is why I was concerned for Mixu, because he got an early Roach War and he invested into these early Roaches and they're not doing anything. They're not useful right now because Forjumi is just building up back at home. There's no reason to move out for Forjumi because he has no upgrades. He has no tech to work with. He's just chilling back at home. And we're able to just build up towards eventually Blink. There we go. Blink is on the way for Jumi. 4th base getting saturated, more gateways on the way. Mixu has cut workers. He's droned up to 68. That is 3 base saturation, and now he's amassing a Roach army. I'm worried that this push is going to be too late. It's going to be a big push. It's going to be a pretty committed attack here from Mixu. A lot of Roaches are going to be available here. But can he break through? Can he break Forjumi? As here we go. How many Roaches do we have? 24. We have 13 more on the way. Burrow, Tunneling Claws. Mixu's going to be so dedicated, so committed with this push. And now that Forjumi's done being greedy, I mean, he's still got 5 more gates on the way. But he should be focusing on warping in. Like, we should be focusing on army. What is the army here of? We have 9 Stalkers. We barely have anything. We're down 70 supply. Forjumi, have we been too greedy? We cut like so many corners, by the way. Here comes the Roach army. Forjumi doesn't have anything. He has nothing here. He's getting up towards 13 gateways, by the way. He has been skipping warp-ins. Stalkers are amassing. Shield batteries are in position. We have an overcharge. We focus on some of these gateways, but good force fields. Oh my god. Forjumi, he is pulling this off. Mixu trying to engage, but bleeding out a lot of Roaches. And can we buy enough time? Stalkers are going down. It looks like we have held that natural 8 probes full, but we can afford to lose workers. Again, Forjumi was so far ahead in the economy. He can afford to pull the boys. Stalkers are pushing in. Not the best force field, unable to cut off the army, or too much of the army. As the natural base has been compromised, Mixu has broken in, and it looks like Mixu has done it. Forjumi, by the way, he was so greedy. He went up to 3 bases. He went Triple Forge, went up to a 4th, went up to 13 gateways before warping in. When Mixu pushed, we had 9 Stalkers. 9 Stalkers. We barely had any army. Forjumi had 30 army supply. GG gets called. Mixu takes game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Greed doesn't really cut it here. When describing what Forjumi was doing, I feel like if someone asks, like, oh, what happened in game 1? It's like, oh, Forjumi was greedy. No. We need a new word. We need a new word for what Forjumi was doing, for what the hell was happening here. just the amount, just the amount of greed was crazy. Remember, it was triple Nexus, triple Forge into a fourth base, into 13 gateways before warping in. He refused to warp in and to actually focus on army production until it was too late. Until his opponent was in his face. Until Mixu was knocking down that front door. And I'll be honest, Forjumi almost got away with so much. Like, I feel like, again, we just had to cut back a little bit. Like, I feel like the fast fourth was fine. I feel like the 8 gates was fine. Getting up to 13, though, that was a bit too much. We just had to just, you know, go for a couple of rounds of warp-ins, you know, get an army, throw down an extra shield battery or 2, and we would have been okay. But, again, Forjumi just caught with his pants down. I mean, didn't have any pants at all, honestly. There was nothing covering his lower half. He was letting it all free, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkyone, we have the green Protoss player, the German Protoss. It is Forjumi. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Berserker Esports, the Finnish Zerg. It is Mixu. Este Forjumi. Crazy. Actually crazy. Let's go. I did write in the IM feedback they should invite Light to cast next year. Oh, I appreciate it, Bobby. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, I do think there are... I mean, I say unfortunately. There's a lot of casters in StarCraft, and I'm sure there are many others that are ahead of me when it comes to the picking order. Like Fear Dragon wasn't invited, for example. I imagine they'd pick Fear Dragon first, and plenty of others who have experience and who they've worked with over the years. I appreciate it. Maybe one day we can work an IEM. Maybe. As we are getting into our openers, and I imagine Forjumi is going to be calming things down a little bit compared to the last game. I mean, I do like greedy play on Alkyone. I do think you can get away with it a little bit easier on a map like this, but it's up to Forjumi to really determine how greedy he wants to be. Let's go. Go, Mini Cero, let's do this. I mean, honestly, I do think that Mixu, I do think he got a little bit lucky. I do think he misread the opener, and I do think that Mixu's early game wasn't ideal. I think he invested too early into the Roach Warren, of course. He was maybe a little bit worried or scared of what Forjumi was doing, and Mixu didn't have the best start. As we saw, though, that Forjumi, he was just insanely greedy, and because of that, the eventual attack from Mixu was able to punish and was able to kill Forjumi. But I imagine we're going to be seeing a different opener. There we go. Stargate play out of Forjumi. Much more standard play from our green Protoss. Stargate opener. With this, we can, of course, get into Oracle production, into a third base, into standard play. This will lead into a Forge and Twilight Council, into +1, and I imagine Blink. But we'll keep an eye on Forjumi as we're reading maybe a little bit too far ahead here. And we do want to bear witness to what Forjumi can do, because based on the last game, clearly Forjumi will do and can do anything. Anything under the sun. Even behind, on top of the sun even. It's crazy. And Epson moving out, it's going to be threatening a shade. To get here to the high ground, we can chip away at these lings. Oh, and maybe even chip away at the drones. First Oracle is in production. Forjumi does head towards that mineral line once again. Oh, the Eva Chamber a little bit too late. We get two drones go down. Not too bad. Ling Scout does slip in. We get eyes on the Stargate. Mixu fully aware of the oracles that are moving out across the map. We have 2 queens here at the third. We have 1 queen in the main. No additional queens in production for Mixu, which is concerning here. We are missing queens. Oh, as we get up to 5, 6 worker kills here at the natural / third. Oracle comes in, cleans up even more of these drones. 7, 8 workers, but we pick off the Oracle. Not bad. This has been looking really rough for Mixu, and I still think that Forjumi is in a slightly better position. But for the Oracle to go down, that was a bit of bit of an overextension from Forjumi, and Mixu, he's fighting back. He is able to recover somewhat after killing that Oracle. Lings move out. Trying to catch these adepts if at all possible, but good SimCity here, good positioning from Forjumi. He will hold on to his third base. Mixu across the map, re-droning, resaturating here on 3 hatcheries. Meanwhile, Forjumi, of course, taking his own third and getting it up and running as well. Here we go. The game is going to be settling for a moment. There are still, of course, adepts threatening mineral lines. We're going double Twilight. Wait, what? This should be a mistake. I know that Forjumi has been wild today, and he was wild in game 1. This should be a Forge and Twilight Council. Double Twilight Council doesn't make much sense, to be honest. So I believe, yeah, Forjumi slipping up a little bit. We'll see if I'm proven wrong, and if he goes Charge and Blink at the same time, which again would be crazy because we don't really have the production to sustain both Warpins of Zealots and Stalkers. This doesn't really hit any strong timing here, so yeah, both Twilight Councils will finish, and as a result, upgrades on the Forge are going to be heavily delayed. Meanwhile, we make up for it with so much damage done. 7 more drones go down. 7 up to 8 workers. Both Oracles will survive. Better control here from Forjumi, keeping the Oracles alive. Very nicely done. Blink is on the way, Charge is on the way, and now we throw down the Forge. Forge and Robo. Well, Robo's about to finish. Again, this Forge is delayed, and we're trying to like work with what we have. Yeah, we cancel Charge. We realize that there's no reason in getting it. So this was a mistake. This was meant to be the Forge. So a bit of a slip up there by Forjumi. Unfortunate. The biggest blow to Forjumi here is how late the Forge is, how late the upgrade is, and as a result, how diminished his Stalker army is going to be. So we're adapting. I do like this. Second Robo. So basically, Forjumi realizes that he cannot hit his +1 timing anymore. So he gets 4 more drone kills. He cannot hit his +1 timing. So Forjumi is going to be taking a 4th, and he's going to be taking up towards double Robo Colossus production and building up towards a later attack instead. You know, he misses opportunity with +1, so he's going to be hitting a timing with, of course, his Colossi. Meanwhile, Mixu double expanding, getting the goal base, getting a 4th and 5th at the same time. Roaches are amassing. And even though Mixu has been losing a lot of drones, 20 drones have gone down this game. This is crazy how many workers he's lost so far. The goal base will make up for that. Will make up for it here for Mixu. Colossus production has commenced. Prism is on the way. Now, thankfully, with this Warp Prism and with these Blink Stalkers, we can apply some pressure with the Stalker army. Not going to be as strong as there is no +1, but we can move out nonetheless, and we need to. I believe Forjumi did see the gold. Yes, he did see the gold base on the way. He should recognize that he needs to try to punish this in some way. He's already done so much economic damage, but I don't know if he can really touch this. Not anymore. Mixu is cutting workers. He droned up to 62. He has another hatchery, but we are amassing roaches and lings. We are expecting a counterattack, an attack that isn't coming. Oof. As a result, Mixu, he's amassing an army when he should be droning. I'm getting some mixed signals. We have a Dropper Lord on the way. We have Pneumatized Carapace, Overlord Speed. We are pushing, but we're also getting an Infestation bit behind this, which has been scouted. Mixu checking this northern location. We are amassing lings here for a run by. Roaches are amassing in the center, and we are pushing. Can we break this position? We have Shield Battery, Overcharge, 2 Colossi, Stasis Traps as well. I'm not too confident. We do get eyes on the push. Forjumi, he is aware. Lings, they try to come in from behind. The Immortal is being held up. The Immortal being held up by these Lings. Good repositioning here of the Colossi. Overcharge is popped. We're pushing on forward anyway. We're trying to break on through. Good juggling here with the Colossi. So much damage is done, and yeah, there's no pushing up this ramp. Mixu is being forced back. And as a result, Forjumi, he's going to be getting further and further ahead when it comes to the quality of his army. Now 4 Colossi. Yeah, we can have our way with this. And Mixu still only on 70 workers. Did drone up a little bit, thankfully, and he has access to the hive. Lings, they do get into the natural. Lings into natural. A couple of roaches into the main base. Probes are going down. We are getting damage done. And Mixu is hoping that Jimmy pushes a little bit too far into creep. That's the ideal. So he does go for a counterattack. Catches some of these transferring workers. Big pick off here from Mixu. Does get 16 probes. Collapses on these stalkers. That was a questionable blink, by the way. An aggressive blink from Jimmy gets punished. Files don't quite connect, but a good trade here from Mixu. Takes down so many stalkers. That was 18 stalkers going down for 42 roaches, but again, with the help of this goal base, Mixu, we can afford it. Bleeds out more roaches, but he still has units here in the main and in the natural. They finally get cleaned up. Jimmy going for a counterattack, but Mixu is remaxing. Nova does graze the army. Mixu maxing out here on Stilling. Roach Ravager has the hive, hasn't done much with it, or sorry, has the infestation bit, but hasn't done much with it. No hive. No infestors. There we go. Hive just now starting. Baleen Nest just now starting. Again, the quality of the army here for Mixu is less than ideal. Nova into the middle line. 5 probes go down, but we do get a kill on the Disruptor. And as we move out, a big counterattack. Lings at the 4th base. Lings pushing towards that natural as well. The wall! The wall is not a wall. The Lings, they flood into the natural base as well. Jimmy forced to turn back around. Does take a decent fight. He's actually continuing to push. He's not turning back. That's going to be a kill on the 4th base. Jimmy is committed. He gets on top of the goal. Takes down 11 drones. But Jimmy, he has to keep pushing. And Mixu is turning back around. Could even get a surround. Could get a surround on this army. That's still a lot of Colossi, though. A lot of firepower. And here we go. Mixu from behind. Getting on top of those sentries. Or trying to at least. And Jimmy has to cut back into more roaches. The Zealots, they get a surround on the surround, though. And Jimmy, it looks like he may just have too much. The force fields are too good. GG gets caught Jimmy. He was forced all in, and he pulls it off. He breaks Mixu, and Jimmy ties it up 1-1. GG. GG, well played. We are going to the ace match. Going the distance here. Again, a much more standard game out of Jimmy. Mixu, again, just was losing far too many workers earlier. He was pretty committed when he was pushing out with his Ling Roach, but he didn't have the best economy to work with. It took him a little bit too long to drone up, and even then, his droning wasn't ideal. So Mixu did end up falling behind. He had to kill Jimmy then and there, was unable to. Jimmy, of course, able to hit critical mass of Colossus. For Colossus, that's what you're looking for. That's the ideal. And in the end, Jimmy, he did snowball out of control. Let's go. We are getting into the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends on Site Delta. Let's go. How old is Jimmy? Jimmy, he's been growing up. I think he's like 20, 21. Am I crazy? I don't want to say more than 21. Let's see. Jimmy is 21. There we go. There we go. I remember. Here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. I mean, both our players here are quite young. They're both comparable in age. And in the top left-hand corner, we have our German Protoss player, our green Protoss, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Jimmy. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Finnish Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Berserker Esports. It is Mixu. It all does come down to this. The final game of the series. Robe Scout coming in, going to be forcing the unnatural natural out of Mixu. Oh, the Doge! Jimmy whipping out the emote. Mixu forced to expand at the third base location. Forced to have a bit of a more uncomfortable start to the game. From here we do have, of course, Mixu getting into his hatch gas pool, standard opener overall. Likewise, Forjumi going for the gate expand as well. Now, with this awkward setup, Forjumi could be tempted to go into a Twilight Council opener. Could be going Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. Could go into DTs. Forjumi does have options. Or he could just play standard. Could also play standard as well. The world is his oyster. Go what he can do. He can go for what he does please. And we'll see what that tech structure is going to be. For now, just being as annoying as possible, tasing away those drones. Back at home, Cybercore is on the way. Once it's done, we'll get our answer. And likewise, let's have a look at where the pylon positioning is going to be, as the pylon is thrown down in the main base, looking to be a Stargate opener. If it was something like a Twilight Council, we would be more concerned about hiding the tech, and we would be throwing down the pylon a little bit closer to the natural, even behind the mineral line, if we wanted to make sure that Mixu had the hardest time possible confirming what this was. With it being more out of the open, should be a Stargate. Should be. Oh, as we are going to be up. Not getting the drone for Jimmy, getting a little bit too greedy there, as Mixu does hit first and Mixu comes out on top. Happy. Oh my god. Mixu getting a kill on that worker, takes a third base. Meanwhile, we have our take of choice. It is not going to be Stargate, it's going to be a Robo opener instead. Now, we have seen Forjumi have some fun with double Robo, double Disruptor drops. That has occurred. But with a Robo opener, again, this should be leading into a Disruptor drop of some kind. Into a Robotics Bay, into Disruptors, into drop play. Meanwhile, ooh, Mixu, he does slip in. Lings, they get into the natural, they get into the main base, and Mixu, he gets eyes on the tech of choice. He gets eyes on the Robo. Very nicely done here by our Finnish Zerg player. Prism is on the way. We should be seeing a Bay alongside this. Otherwise, I'm curious as to how we do approach this. Forjumi does pieces all together. Second gateway on the way. We're going to be harassing here with Adepts. Now, Forjumi has been scouted, so he may be deterred, and he may want to deviate away from something like a Disruptor drop. But this is peculiar to me. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Okay, this makes sense. So, because we got scouted, Mixu, like, this opener screams Disruptor drop. And I'm sure that for Jimmy, his initial plan was to go for Disruptors. But because we got scouted, bam, we hard switch. We just hard switch away, we just deviate plans, we switch lanes, we switch gears. And we're going double Stargate, I imagine, Phoenix production. Mass Phoenix here from Forjumi. We could try and throw down a Fleet Beacon and go into Sky Toss, but that is so risky. I'm not too fond of the idea, but for Jimmy, what do you got? Prism gets across the map. Queens are getting in position. Prism so far finding no damage. And it is going to be a third base on the way. Do we go for Phoenixes? We started up a Void Ray. We did cancel the Void Ray, though. And we are getting into Void Ray production. Interesting. Okay. Single Void Ray. Okay, mass Void Ray. Double Void Ray production here from Forjumi. Interesting. Now, this can catch Mixu off guard. I do like the idea of massing Void Rays, revealing our hand, and Mixu's ready for something different, right? Ready for something like Disruptors or Immortal production. Adepts, they do continue to threaten Shades in towards that natural. Roaches are amassing. But again, what are Roaches going to do against Void Rays? Nothing, Papi. Oh, good damage done. Oh my god, very nice positioning out of Mixu. Almost gets a kill. The War Prism, that would have been devastating. This Prism is the only thing keeping Mixu at home. And by the way, Mixu is cutting workers. He's up to 3 base saturation, taking in gases. Taking these extra gases, I should say. But he's amassing roaches. 63 drones is all he does have. And he should be able to shut down this third. Meanwhile, we're pivoting away from Void Rays into Forge and a Twilight Council. For Jimmy, he's taking up in so many different directions. I don't know how I feel about this. The tech is good, don't get me wrong, but we're not really going to have much to defend. Prism is zoned away, even more damage is dealt. It barely does survive. Roaches are revealing themselves, and we should soon be pushing once Roach Speed kicks in. As Mixu is still not droning further than 66. Yeah, 5 Overlords on the way. We are supply blocked. Ooh, a brutal supply block there for Mixu. We can see for Jimmy working on Charged Archon. But again, how many gateways does for Jimmy have? 2. He has 2 gateways. He can barely reinforce. We have a Dropper Lord on the way. We are gonna be moving out with our queens, but we don't know what we're moving into. Mixu, he doesn't know about the Void Rays. He hasn't seen. Oh, does have a Changeling. Void Rays are moving out. And we're going to be in a really weird position. As the Void Rays, they do reveal themselves. There are 6 Void Rays in total. Yeah, the Roach Ravager it has to commit. Queens are in production, but there may not be enough. We have 5 queens in total. That's not enough. 5 queens against 6 Void Rays. 1 queen goes down. We're down to 4. Oh, we do pick up a Void Ray. Not bad. They're forced to recall, and here we go. The army has arrived. The Biles, they connect. They take down the Archon. And can we focus down the Nexus? It's going to be close. It looks like we can. The Nexus will fall. Stutter stepping over, focusing on whatever we can. At the same time, Lingze did bust into the natural base with that Dropper Lord. With the slow Dropper Lord. Let's go. 11 probes did fall. We're still amassing queens. Infestation, but do we have a Hydra Den? We do. Hydra Den has finished. Another cancel on the 3rd base. And Mixu is getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Takes out another 3 probes. And again, he's just buying time for some anti-air. Pylon goes down. Gateways are depowered. We're still on 5 gates. Ooh, Void Rays, they do take some biles to the face. And we even catch the Archons. Mixu is getting far too much done with this. Remember, this is not even Mixu's final form. He's massing Hydras back at home, ready for the counterattack. And without splash damage, how do we deal with Hydras? I mean, the Charge Ults can do well, to be fair. Charge Ults, they can do well, but we don't have much production. We don't have much Warp-ins. Don't have many Warp-ins here to deal with those Hydras. We are relying on these 6 Void Rays to counterattack. Queens are in position. And this is the Hydra army that we've been building up. That's a lot of Hydras, Papi. Hydra range is more than halfway done. Fujimi still trying to retake that 3rd. Again, taking up in so many different directions means that his army size has been suffering as a result. First the Robo, into Double Stargate, into Charger Archon, and now into Immortal production. The army of Fujimi has been suffering as a result. You see the Prism going for a counterattack, trying to at least. Queens are keeping up. Prism goes into the main. Well, threatens the main base. Mixu doesn't care. He's going for his own push. He's almost maxed out. And for Jumi, he's on his last legs. Now, he does have Storm. For Jumi does have Storm available. With 5 High Templar, with 5 Storms, can we defend? Can we hold? Good splits here from Mixu. Avoids the first Storm. But there's still many more here in the chamber. I believe 4 Storms do remain. So we have to be very careful with how we push in. It's a delicate move here from Mixu. A delicate push. A lot of DPS, but also quite fragile. Takes down a Gas Geyser. He is forced back. Zella counterattack forces back some of the reinforcements as well. Mixu turning back around. Again, Mixu is maxed. He needs to assert his dominance here. He needs to make use of this supply. For Jumi, he's down 70 army supply here, or 70 supply. But he's barely holding on to his third. And Mixu instead is taking up towards Lurkers. Lurker Den is on the way. +2. I imagine Hive Tech. Yep, Hive is now done. The Prism finally goes down. Yeah, despite the size of this army, Mixu isn't achieving too much with it. And now we have a Fleet Beacon. Sky Toss is on the horizon. Mixu, we gotta go. And now we have plenty of storms available. I mean, we already had a lot, to be fair. A big storm on the Hydras. At the same time, we do go for a bit of a backstab. Void Rays, they do get across the map. Gas Geyser goes down for Jimmy. Can we pull this off? Yeah, the hatchery, it's gonna go down. Big pick off here. Mixu out of position. He's trying to push out, but alas, there are so many storms waiting for him across the map. Mixu is busting into the natural though. He's stutter stepping forward. Ooh, big storms here on the Hydras. Oh my god. They are going to take so many of them down. Void Rays, they get across the map. They do get behind the natural. Mixu not taking this seriously enough. He gets the Spire, gets the Hydrogen as well. These Void Rays. Mixu forcing his way in. Gets High Templar. Gets a second. Not a bad trade, but these Void Rays are doing too much. And can they get the Hive? No shot. The Hive is under fire. We do have Transfuse. Can we keep it alive? We can. Yeah, the Hive will survive. Mixu, he does defend. And he will shut down all these Void Rays. We had 6, we're down to 2. Meanwhile, Mixu rebuilding his Hydrogen, working on his Lurker upgrades. For Jumi taking a 4th. This move out is interesting. I'm not too sure if I'm fond of it. Does move out with his Immortals. We'll catch some of these Roaches and some of these Hydras. Yeah, but he's forced to recall, and Immortals are going down. Ooh, a big overextension from Forjumi. We'll lose some valuable units here. Again, he doesn't really have a large army, and he lost how many Immortals there? 2. 2 Immortals went down. 7 High Templar. Oh my god. That could have been so many. That could have been so many storms. So many storms were available, but no longer. As we are loading up to go into the main. More Lurkers are amassing. Mixu is still in control of this game. And for Jumi, sure, he's saturated on 3 bases. Sure, he's like holding and defending these three locations. But he doesn't have a good economy. He cannot take a 4th. The 4th base, he just cannot get it up and running. We have Lurkers on the high ground in the natural, pushing towards the 3rd base as well. And the Hydras, they move in between the bases. Yeah, we're just pulling for Jumi apart. He doesn't have the supply. Not anymore. Or he never did. Decent storms. But we get an Archon. We get one of the Archons. We're pushing into Lunkers as well. We will clean them up. But we have even more in the main bases. We go for a big June drop on top of the production. Gateways are going down. Tech as well. At the same time, we do have that 1 Void Ray in the main. But 37 probes have fallen. And even with the arrival of these carriers, it's not going to be good enough. We can clean up these Hydras, but Mixu, he has Corruptors on the way. Templar Archives has fallen, which means no more High Templar, which sees what you get. We have, what, 3 High Templar in total. For Jumi, he lost his 3rd, trying to take another, which should have been a 4th base. Yeah, GG. Oh. That? Does this mean anything? Does he... Go to bed. You're drunk, Papi. You're drunk. Oh, no. Not like this. Get some rest. Sweet dreams. Sleep well, my princes. For Jimmy, he is on his last legs. He's down to a handful of Immortals, High Templar. Like, again, the quality of this army is good, but the size is what's lacking. Of course, the economy to sustain it does lead to that. We try to push forward, but we have a wall of lurkers. Corruptors, a dive on the carriers. GG gets called, and Mixu will take the series 2-1. Will advance on to the next round. GG, well played. GG, Mixu, he does bring it back here in the end. For Jimmy, once again, just taking in a lot of different directions, and it means that his early game was slowed down quite a bit. Remember, he went Robo into Double Stargate Void Ray, into Chargeal Archon, and then out of Chargeal Archon into Mass Immortal. And again, just wasn't able to really stabilize, wasn't able to settle into a solid army, was eventually overwhelmed, and yeah, Mixu was able to break his economy and just choke Jumi out. Jumi could not get a 4th base up and running, could barely even hold on to his 3rd, and was overwhelmed. GG, well played. GG, well played. With that, Mixu will advance on to the next round. And what exactly is that next round? I don't know. Let's find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. We do have Napolkashon advancing on to the round of 16. We have Mixu advancing on to face off against Napolkashon in a ZVZ. Of course, Napol is a French Zerg player, so that's going to be a ZVZ in the round of 16. Scrolling down a little bit further, we have Gung Fu Banda versus Mana in a PvP to face off against the winner of Napolkashon and Mixu. Napolkashon is more of an amateur player, so Mixu is going to be favored to make a deep run. It's going to be favored to have a very deep run there. As we scroll down a little bit further, we have Hearthstone versus GG Machine. Oh, that's my series. The rematch. I have been looking forward to it, and I believe they are mid-series. I believe they're in-game. They are currently in-game, so I wish them both the best of luck. For those that are curious, GG Machine did 2-0 Hearthstone last week, so we'll see if Hearthstone can fight back, or if history repeats itself and Hearthstone gets knocked out in the round of 32 once again. Meanwhile, Nikic still mid-series against Disc. They're still going at it. Young Yakov 2-0's middle VK. Young Yakov waiting for either Epic or Lambo. Ooh. Very nice series are getting up and running. Like, the bracket is progressing quite nicely here. Let's scroll down a little bit further. Spirit, he 2-0's Damaga. Spirit up against Fiant. Ooh, and we did barely miss that series. They are in-game. Spirit versus Fiant, a very high-quality TVZ. I do wish them both the best. We have Geralt versus Baby Marine into Christiana, as to be expected. We have Wayne versus Indy into Ashbringer. I think Wayne versus Ashbringer may be about to begin. Battle B takes down Nickrak. Oh my god, Nickrak, despite being a TVT sniper, goes down to Battle B. A big win for the German Terran. And Battle B is now up against Max Pax in a Terran versus Protoss. Let's go. So let's message some players and figure out where we want to go. Again, Fiant versus Spirit looks really good, but they're already mid-series. I'm checking to see if Wayne versus Ashbringer has started. They're both out of game, so I'm just getting into some DMs. I'm trying to figure out what is going on in this series. Meanwhile, Geralt versus Baby Marine, I believe. Yeah, currently mid-series as well. So we'll wait to see what becomes available. I wouldn't be opposed to getting into Geralt versus Baby Marine into Christiana. Looks like a lot of fun. Spirit versus Fiant. Young Yakov, Epic, and Lambo. This section, this portion of the bracket looks so damn good. Oof. Gibbs, I do want it. Technically we could follow Mixu into Napol Koshon, but again, that's gonna be a one-sided series. Again, Napol is an amateur player, he's a masters player. So there is a bit of a skill gap between Mixu and Napol Koshon. So I'm not as that series isn't as appealing as some of our others. So we are going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. And when we return, we will have another series. What series exactly? I'm not too sure, but we'll find something. So take this moment to hydrate hydras, stretch your roaches, get some snacks, and we'll be back in a couple of moments with another series. See you soon. Huh. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OSC because we have returned with our next series with a bit of a cheeky ZVZ. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have our red Zerg player representing his new team, the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Jakob. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player, the German Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion, one of the favorites for this entire tournament. It is Lambo. Now, what I will say about this matchup here, if you were here earlier today, a couple of hours ago for ESL Open Cup Asia, it's a similar story, where we had Nightmare coming in as a PvP sniper. As a result, he was able to bring down Classic, able to bring down Creator, and win the entire event. Here in the ZVZ, even though I would say that Lambo, he is favored to go far, and he is a more well-rounded player. Specifically in this mirror matchup, Young Jakob can cause upsets. He can bring down some big Zerg players. He has done so in the past. He can do it again. So this is not going to be an easy one for Lambo. Not at all. Not whatsoever, as we do have Young Jakob going for a slightly different opener here. Of course, spawning pool is about to finish up. Much faster pool from Young Jakob. As a result, Lings are on the way. It was a pool first from our red Zerg player. 6 Lings are in production. The goal here is to kill some workers. It's to kill and snipe 1 or 2 drones to disrupt the economy and to get ahead in that way. Here we go. It's going to be on Lambo, of course, to try to minimize his losses and try to maintain his worker lead, as Lambo is ahead in drones. He's ahead 4 workers. Lings are moving out. Lambo does get eyes on them. He's aware. 4 Lings are on the way. Queens are amassing. And Lambo typically should be evacuating his natural. Still has 2 drones here on the low ground. Still has them on the low ground as Young Jakob, he is working his way towards. There we go. We do evacuate just in time. Good movement there from Lambo. Lings have arrived. And Lambo is going to be able to pull back. Going to be able to preserve his drones ideally. It doesn't lose anything. Doesn't lose any drones. Doesn't lose any Lings either. Doesn't get surrounded. And he will force back. So far, a solid defense out of Lambo. He was forced to lose mining time, and Young Jakob is catching up drone-wise as a result. Likewise, Ling speed is on the way. Lambo skipping Ling speed entirely. Oh my, he's crazy. Lambo skipping Ling speed entirely, going 2-base Roach. Or even 2-base Muta. Lair is on the way. Gases are being taken. 2-base play out of Lambo. Bold move here, and he is walling off. Now, again, with this fast Lair, we can rush into a Spire, or we can go into Roach play. Meanwhile, across the map, Young Jakob is taking his 3rd. He will have a better economy as a result if he does drone. Does have a Bailey Nest on the way. The Bailey Nest, unfortunately, is useless in this situation, as there's nothing for the Bailey to do. There isn't really going to be any Ling Bane aggression from Lambo. And Young Jakob, he's amassing Lings. He's going for a bust. Young Jakob, he's going for a bust here. We have our roles. Lambo is going to be the defender. Young Jakob is going to be the aggressor. And we are looking to move out across the map. We're droning though. Oh, this is brutal. You either commit or you don't. And we invested so heavily into these Lings. All these Lings could have been drones. They could have been drones, and they would have been more worthwhile for Young Jakob. Now he's droning after he realizes what's going on. And all these Lings, what can they really get done? What can they get done? The answer is nothing. They can threaten the wall, but Roaches are already amassing. Yeah, and these Lings, they just weren't really worthwhile here. We have 10 more Lings on the way for Young Jakob. And it is going to be 2-base Roach from Lambo. +1 range. Roach speed is on the way. Roach speed is seen, of course, by Young Jakob. He's aware of the lair. He's aware of the Roach commitment. I mean, it could be a fake out. It could be mutas. It is possible. But the Roaches have arrived. Yeah, and here comes a crease spread here. Lambo going for a big 2-base all-in. Cutting workers at 34. And Young Jakob, he's been droning this entire time. He does have his own Roach war, and Roach is just now on the way. We need spine crawlers, Roaches. We need anything and everything to defend. And again, young Yakov is in a lot of trouble. Lambo is moving on out with a hammer of an army. He's looking to knock young Yakov down in game 1. Look at the army sizes here. Looking at the supplies, at the units. 15 roaches for Lambo. And we're soon to have 8 for young Yakov. Half the roach count. Now, he does have a lot of lings. That is true. A lot of lings are available, but we have queens, we have transfuse. We are reinforcing very quickly across the map with this creep highway. Do get a surround. We get a big surround here on these roaches. Is it going to be enough though? No. The answer is it is not enough. We break free from the surround. We clean up all the lings, and now it's just roach versus roach. Couple more lings coming in to reinforce. Lambo still has double the roach count of young Yakov. As I say that though, the roach count is evening up. We are closing that gap. Young Yakov going for a lane counterattack. Dancing with the main army with his roaches. Young Yakov, he does hold. He does barely hold on. Very impressive. At the same time, we do see Lambo trying to take his third base, but young Yakov, he is there to spot it. Lambo able to wall off just in time. Young Yakov forced to back off with his lings. Lair is on the way. We're slowly catching up here. Remember, Lambo is up in Lair tech, up in roach speed. He has +1 range already. We can start a +2 range as well. What young Yakov has is the better economy. As the game goes on longer, young Yakov, he can amass a larger army. That is true. Meanwhile, Lambo still building up more roaches. He's getting ready for the second wave. Lambo is getting ready for wave number 2, for round 2. There are 31 roaches. Soon to be 36 roaches, and we're droning! Now is not the time to drone. Young Yakov, he needs an army. He has 1 spine crawler. He has 15 roaches. Less than half the roach count of Lambo. Yeah, spine crawler goes down instantly, and it looks like Lambo, he has too much. Young Yakov was too greedy. The boys are being pulled. But we're gonna, but again, we can kill all these boys, all these drones, and it doesn't even matter. Lambo, he snowballs out of control. GG gets called, and Lambo, he will take game number 1. GG. Again, young Yakov just misreading the early game. If you remember, the moments when young Yakov made a wave of lings, that was the moment when things were looking dire. In a mirror matchup, you cannot make mistakes like that. You cannot misread like that. That could cost you the game. That could even cost you the series. Here we go, as we're getting ready for game number 2. As a result, young Yakov didn't have the economic lead that he should have had, as he was further behind in drones. He couldn't sustain as many roaches. He did survive the first push, but even after that, he just misread the situation and he droned up too much. He was just a little bit too greedy there. Meanwhile, Lambo just went for a second all-in and did catch young Yakov out. And now here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Hardlead, we have our red Zerg player. Currently down in this series, looking to fight back. It is the red Zerg representing the Platinum Heroes, young Yakov. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Zerg player from the land of Germany, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Again, Lambo defending beautifully against the pool first and was able to respond very quickly with his 2-base all-in. And young Yakov just took him a little bit too long to recognize what was happening, to keep up with Lambo. Was caught with his pants down twice, actually. Twice. The pants, they were down. Ay, ay, ay. We'll see if we can keep him up this time. As here in game 2, Hatch Gas Pool. Much more standard opener here out of young Yakov. And Lambo as well. Hatch Gas Pools, no early shenanigans this time, no early aggression. And the question becomes, what will this lead into? Because Hardlead has a very short rush distance by ground. Doesn't take long at all to get across the map. So I do wonder, I am concerned. How will our players approach this? And will we go for another 2-base all-in from either one? I'm not opposed to it on hard left. Not opposed. Here we go. As for now, the game is going to be settling on in. Again, we're just going to be droning on up, working towards our third bases, and working towards Bailings as well. Ling Bane aggression can now be on the table here for both Lambo and Young Yakov. Unless Lambo decides to skip Ling Speed again. But this time we haven't. This time Ling Speed is being researched, so it is looking like a standard ZVZ. Much more standard here. And I'm sure Young Yakov is going to be feeling a little more comfortable in this situation as well. Ooh, did I say standard ZVZ? Papi. That is going to be a fast Evo Chamber. Evo Chamber is on the way. For fast +1. I imagine this is going to be +1 melee for a Ling Flood from Young Yakov. Let's go. Ling Flood is upon us. Meanwhile, we have that safety Bailiness on the way here for Lambo. Again, third base into a Bailiness. Standard build here out of Lambo. Young Yakov, he's the player deviating. Lambo trying to slip in with those Lings, but doesn't find a way in. Ooh, meanwhile, it's Carapace, not melee. Very interesting. Okay, Carapace usually leads into a Roche-based all-in, but we haven't taken additional gases. We are still mining gas, though. Bear that in mind. Yeah, and Lambo, he is going to slip in. He is going to get a full scout of the main base. Gets eyes on the Evo Chamber. And I imagine he should be thinking it's melee. But the jig is up. There's that Roche Warren that we spoke about. So it is going to be a Ling Roche-based all-in. But that does mean that it's going to take a little bit longer to really get going. Meanwhile, Lambo amassing Ling Bane, going for his own counterattack, meeting aggression with aggression. We do get on top of some of those Lings. Young Yakov trying to catch reinforcements. Meanwhile, the Bailings are now done. We're pushing in towards that natural. And there's no defensive Bailiness here for Young Yakov. He's in a lot of trouble. Bailings, they crash out in. They shut down the Lings. They push into the mineral line. Just focusing on zoning away those Lings and other connections. They're a little bit too good. The Lings of Young Yakov, they crumble. We get into the mineral line and we do split the drones. Is it going to be good enough though? Good split out of Young Yakov, but we don't waste the Bailings. We head towards the natural and drones are still going down. The Lings are getting out of control. Roaches have arrived, but it may just be too little too late. As the Bailing does waddle back, GG gets called and Lambo will take the series 2-0, taking down Young Yakov. GG. GG, well played. That's the downside of that build from Young Yakov. I mean, okay, so a couple of things. One, if we're rushing into +1 Carapace, usually we wall off. Usually we have the Evo Chamber as a part of the wall at the natural, so we can avoid this scenario. This scenario is available because we're going for a Ling Roach all-in. No Bailings. We skip the Bailing Nest, which means we have that much less to defend, that much less to deal with the aggression of our opponent. And Lambo, he recognized that, he takes advantage of that, and it will shut his opponent down. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Lambo as he does advance on into the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have our next opponent, or we have our next series. Here we go. Okay, so exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. We do have some updates to go over. The big one, as I will quickly get into, is Harstem. Harstem did get his revenge. He did drop a map, so big shout out to GG Machine, because GG Machine did force the ace match. Harsum takes down GG Machine 2-1, advances on to the round of 16 to face off against Nikic, and they are about to begin. That is our next series. So Harsum gets his revenge. Wasn't the cleanest series. He did still drop a map to GG Machine, and the opponents get harder and harder for Harsum. Nowadays, Harsum is more of a content creator, less of a player. Even Harsum would admit that. So we'll see if he can make his way through Nikic and make his way through Lambo thereafter. Oh boy. Here we go. I mean, I do hope he can. I'm a big fan of Harsum. I do love how unique and how creative his builds are. He's not the most standard of players, which is not a bad thing whatsoever. He's a lot of fun to cast as a result. So I'm all for it. I'm here for it. Let us go. So Harsum versus Nikic is going to be up next here on the channel. Winner of that series goes up against Lambo in the quarterfinals. Meanwhile, we have an update. Mixu did take down Napokashon 2-0, which is as to be expected. Mixu, he is the favorite player there, and he's waiting for either Gung Fu Banda or Mana. That PvP is still ongoing. Scrolling down a little bit further, Spirit versus Fiant still mid-series. Geralt versus Baby Marine still mid-series as well. Wayne did take down Ashbringer 2-0, and Wayne is still waiting for the winner of Battle B versus Max Pack. So we are slowly working through the bracket. We are slowly working through all these matches. Nothing is really holding anything up too much. Quarterfinals is soon to be underway. And as we mentioned before, we have our next series, Harsum versus Nikic in a PVZ. That is going to be coming up next. That is going to be coming up next. Go. Imagine wearing pants. Exactly, Bob. Exactly. So again, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, bam, Harsum versus Nikic coming up next. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST, because we have returned with our next series, with our next round of 16 match. And spawning in the top left hand corner of side Delta, we have our red Zerg player from the land of Belarus. It is representing Team Platoon, Nikic. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of the Netherlands. It is Harstem. Here we go. The decade of Harstem, exactly. Every year is the hashtag year of Harstem, and I want to believe that he can go for a deep run here. He already surpassed his previous nemesis. He was able to get his revenge against GG Machine, but how does he compare? How does he compare against a player like Nikic? Again, Nikic, I would say, is the next level up from GG Machine, so I am concerned here. If Harstem was struggling against GG Machine, how will he compare against Nikic? I have to give the edge to Nikic a little bit, despite the fact that he is a lesser known player. We'll see though. We'll see how Harstem can fight back, as he is going for a gate expand. Gate expand out of our Protoss player, standard opener so far. I mentioned before that Harstem, he is willing to be creative and he's willing to deviate from the norm. Not the most standard of Protoss players in this matchup, so I look forward to seeing what Harstem does decide to whip out here in PvZ, in Game 1. But now Nikic going for his hatch gas pull. When it comes to Nikic as a player, we have been casting a lot more of him recently, and he's a very aggressive Zerg player, especially in the mid game. Nikic, he thrives in the mid game. He can play late game, but he can struggle a little bit more in that scenario. He's much more in form and much more comfortable on 3 bases. 66 workers, up to 70 drones, for example, focusing on Lingbane, Roach Ravager, or Hydra rushing. Nikic, he can thrive in that kind of scenario, as Harstem is going for a Stargate opener. Standard opener here out of Harstem. Stargate into Oracle into a 3rd base seems to be the game plan here from our Protoss. Let us go. Seems to be, at least. Meanwhile, for those that were wondering, while we were waiting for Harstem and Nikic to get their videos going, I did get some dinner. Did get some food. I was able to eat some sushi and some prawn tempura. Give me all the prawns back. Gibch. As our adepts get across the map, we're going to be waiting for reinforcing adepts here. 2 adepts, of course, one-shot drones, so they do pose quite a threat to Nikic. They do pose quite a threat, and we'll see how much damage we can get done, if anything, as we do threaten Shades once again. This time we will commit. Good reaction here at Nikic. Does pull back. Doesn't lose any drones yet. Only losing one of his Lings. Once again, pulling those drones back here to the safety, oh god, of the Lings. 1 drone goes down, but losing only 1 worker so far. Pretty good defense. Pretty good defense from our Zerg player. Able to minimize his losses, maintain his position, and creep is spreading. And Harstem is going for that Oracle. First Oracle is out, 2nd Oracle is on the way, 3rd base has been thrown down. And we'll see what Harstem can get done, as he does commit, gets 2 drones, takes a lot of hull damage, but does escape getting that 2 worker kills. Getting those 2 worker kills. As I believe the Adepts did race back home. Yep, the Adepts are shaded all the way back home. They're in position to protect this 3rd base. And the 2nd Oracle is en route. It's going to be meeting up with the 1st. 3rd Oracle behind this. Triple Oracle is very standard in today's meta. Triple Oracle into a 3rd. Into a Forge and Twilight Council. Now, we can see this Twilight Council on its own. If this was any other player, I would be screaming Glaive Adepts. But Harstem specifically is very stylistic, is very iconic. He's going to get 3 drones, but he usually delays his Forge and still invests into Blink. It's a very Harstem thing to do. It's typically how he does approach this. But again, did get 3 drones in that drive-by. Adepts are moving out, with the Fire Council finishing. We should be soon working on that upgrade. And there it is. Blink is on the way. Again, without a Forge, any other player I would be talking about Glaives. But Harsum specifically, he does enjoy delaying his Forge, focusing on getting additional gateways up and running, building up his Stalker count, being aggressive first, and hitting a later +1 timing. Ooh, as there is no Spore. No Spore at the third. No, there is a Spore at the natural, but a little bit further back. We will get a kill on one of those Oracles, but damage was done. Adepts a shade in. They force a recall back home. Overall, though, 12 worker kills for one Oracle. Worth it for Harston. Very much so. Good damage dealt here from our Protoss player. He's racing back home. Lings are going for a counterattack. And how is our third base looking? We have Adepts, but where's the shield battery? Uh-oh. Shield battery not quite done, not yet. So we do get a probe kill. We could have committed a little bit harder, I feel, but Nikic will back off. We'll retreat. And to do shave off a couple of those Lings. There we go. Harsum is going to be pushing. Remember, no +1 with this. Usually there is, but there's that Forge now on the way. It is quite delayed. The Harsum's preferred way of playing this out. And as a result, you can apply that much more pressure here to this hatchery. Overlord will fall. 30 Lings are on the way, but they're not ready yet. Uh-oh. And this hatchery is taking a lot of damage. Lings just buying time. Queens have arrived. We're going for a surround. We force out the blink from Harston. Oracles activate their pulsar beams, so we're going to be able to clean this up. Big overextension. Harston going to be losing all of his Stalkers. Ay. Stuck around a little bit too long. It did overextend. Every Stalker goes down. That was how many? 10 Stalkers. Expensive losses. And where is that shield battery? It's not here. Now, Nikic is going to back off. He's actually droning and working towards Hydras. So he's going to be going Ling Hydra, focusing on saturating his bases. Adept shade in, but there's no way out. Adept will be shut down. And Nikic, he's looking to be in the driver's seat. Is what I would say. I do think that Nikic can deny this fourth. If he doesn't, Harsum can still stabilize. But the Lings, they have arrived. They get eyes on the fourth base, and they do get a surround. Uh-oh, this could be a kill. Alas, we respect those Zealots. Charge is not done, but we do have the Oracles at least, and Harstum, he does hold on to this fourth base. This is a big win for Harstum. If the Lings had gone here earlier, we should have been able to deny this Nexus. But again, they were distracted by the Adepts. Charge Archon on the way. Charge hasn't started yet. Hopefully it starts soon. As the Baliness is now on the way, Nick is trying to get an eye on other expansions. Getting ready for a run-by. Prism towards the main. Archon's here towards the south. Charge just now starting. Meanwhile, Nikic, it looks like he wants to work towards, I imagine, Lurkers. As we have an infestation bit for Hive Tech, for eventually Lurker Tech as well. Meanwhile, Harsum pushing onto Creep. We have Zealous towards the north, the main army here towards the south. Nikic doesn't really have much to work with, though. Uh-oh. There we go. It looks like, can he save his base? No, he can't. That's going to be a kill. A kill in the hatchery. 300 minerals down the drain. The main army can't quite push in. But Nikic, he is being spread thin here. And now we're on even bases. Harsum, he has a better economy. He's fully walling up. He's turtling up. Again, earlier Harsum was vulnerable, but no longer. He's not vulnerable anymore. And it feels like this Hive Tech is late from Nikic. There it is. Lurker Gen is on the way. Hive soon to be halfway done. Soon to be halfway done here. And Harsum, he's freely expanding like there's nothing threatening him. Nikic should have had map control, but again, without denying that fourth base, he doesn't have as much momentum as he otherwise should have had. Rocks are being knocked down. Harsum spinning up his army. He's got a Zealot run by being set up here towards the south, and there's no sag defense here, so this base is very vulnerable. We have the Prism threatening the north, and we have the main army pushing towards the 4th base. And Nikic, I don't know if he has enough to defend. If he had Lurkers, that'd be another story. Lurker Gen is done, but we have 0 Lurkers. But the Lings, they do collapse here on the army. They get on top of some of the High Templar. Big storms here on the Hydras. They do graze. Some of them are much better storm here. Oh my god. Getting so much damage done. Meanwhile, Zealots into the main. Zealots towards the south. The main army doing its job here, distracting the forces of Nikic. And Nikic is being pulled apart. Aye, that's going to be 14 dead workers that kill in the hatchery. Nikic, he had a really good moment earlier this game, but he just wasn't able to capitalize. And now Harsum, he's gotten away with murder. He breaks on through, cleans up all the Hydras. Even with these Immortals going down, the Zealots on their own are doing so much. GG gets called. Harsum will take game number 1. GG. Again, there was a brutal moment where Harsum lost all of his Stalkers. That was a rough moment for Harsum. But if you remember, Nikic didn't do anything with it. He wasn't able to... I mean, if you remember, there was no shield battery at the 3rd. If he wanted to, he could have gone for worker kills. He could have killed probes. He could have denied the 4th base. He did neither. He didn't deny the 4th. He didn't kill any workers. He rested on his laurels a little bit too long there. And Harsum was able to take full advantage of Nikic. Able to stabilize. Able to get away with it. And now we're getting into game 2. Now we're getting into game number 2. And Harsum needs one more here to advance on to face off against his not just teammate but friend, Lambo. Lambo is waiting in the next round. Will those two European Titans collide? Or can Nikic cause an upset? Can he throw a wrench in the works? Can he bring Harsum down? We'll see if he can. Again, it's one of those things where if you do see an opportunity, if you do have an advantage or, again, an opportunity available to you, you have to go for it. You have to take it. Something that Nikic just wasn't able to do in that last game. We'll see if he can make up for it here in game 2. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, we have some other updates coming in. It looks like Spirit did take down Fian 2-0. Meanwhile, MaxPax took down Battle B, but oh my, Battle B took MaxPax to the ace match. Very nicely done. Battle B, Bappy. Taking a game over MaxPax, impressive. MaxPax already bleeding, already showing that he is mortal and that this tournament is not a sure thing for MaxPax whatsoever. So we'll see if other players can continue to make him bleed. We'll see. As we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Platoon. It is Nikic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands representing Shopify Rebellion, leading the series 1-0. Uno mas, one more is all he needs. It is Harsum. Here we go. But when it comes to updates here, we have MaxPax taking down Battle B 2-1, as we did mention. We also have Mana versus Mixu that has begun. I know that Steadfast finished his series and he's joining us, so I don't know what series he was casting. I think he was following Wayne. I think he cast... Oh, no, actually, that wouldn't make sense. Otherwise, he would be in Wayne versus MaxPax. There better be someone casting Wayne versus MaxPax because that looks like a spicy series and that looks amazing. So someone better be there. Meanwhile, I know that Rotterdam is out there. I think he was casting Spirit versus Fiant. That would make sense. I don't know where he is now. I'm not too certain what he is caught. Let me just double check. Christiana versus Geralt. PvP. Okay. That's unfortunate. That means I don't think there's any English coverage of MaxPax versus Wayne. Hopefully there is some other language caster, maybe like a Spanish caster or a Brazilian caster or like a Polish caster. Hopefully someone is casting that because it deserves to be casted. Meanwhile, we're getting into this. It's going to be a gate expand here. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Stargate opener once again from Hearthstone. Meanwhile, Nakish going for a hatch gas pool, this time able to take his natural, without any issues, without any problems, is able to expand freely. Let's go. Third base is on the way. Likewise, Hearthstone with this Stargate opener should be working towards oracles, into triple oracle, into a third base. We should be seeing pretty similar openers to game 1. We'll see if Hearthstone can achieve some more drone damage. We'll see if Nikic can tighten up his defenses and minimize his losses. We shall see. We go. As there we go. The first Oracle is in production. Already halfway done, as I did mention. Should be committing here to Oracle production. As the Adept is going to be threading a shade, keeping an eye on things, keeping an eye on the drone count, on the amount of lings. Going to be meeting up with the second Adept momentarily, I imagine. Oh, no, actually keeping the second Adept back at home. I think this is a wise choice, specifically on Alcyone, because the rush distance by ground is so large. If Hearthstone does lose the Adepts, this third base is so vulnerable, as it is being taken, and Adepts are soon to be getting in position. So Hearthstone taking a more passive approach here in game 2. Being more reserved with his unit control. Adept's getting in position. Second Oracle has arrived. Third Oracle is on the way. And 2 Oracles, of course, can one-shot drones. Now, this time, if you remember, Nikish did skip out on Spores in game 1. Here in game number 2, we have a Spore in the main, a Spore in the natural, no Spore at the third. And the third base is vulnerable here. It is exposed. 3 drones go down, and we're not done. We're going to make our way towards the natural. We get another 2 more drones, 3 more. 7 in total. Ay, ay, ay. 7 workers will be going down. A solid drive-by there by Hearthstone. Keeps all of his oracles alive. And he's not done because we have a full HP, full energy oracle joining the fray. Behind this, Twilight Council, Forge, and a Robo. All 3 tech structures thrown down. This should be +1 and Blink. But we are on 4 gases, so yeah, should be Blink coming up next. Oracles, they find another 4 drones. Oh my god. As the Oracle escapes barely with 4 HP. Very nicely done. Oracle gets away. And we should soon see our upgrades of choice here. It's going to be +1 and Charge, not Blink, as we have a Temple Archives on the way. Charge in production here for Hearthstone. Hearthstone going to be saturating his natural, saturating his third. Taking a very different approach in the mid game. It's Alcyone. But again, he bypasses the Queen's. The Spore still isn't done. The Oracles, they get in, they get 1 more drone kill. For a bit of hull damage. They will manage to float away, to fly away. And I'm afraid to look at the Unisoul stab here, but look at the efficiency, look at the trades of Hearthstone. Again, he was showing a bit of weakness in game 1, but here in game number 2, hasn't lost a single unit here. Again, he was more reserved with his Adepts, he was still adventurous with the Oracles, opportunistic, and he does get 12 worker kills, 10 lings, and now we're building up towards the eventual ground push. But now going to be taking control of the Zonaga. 4th base is being taken by Nikic. Nikic doesn't have the Zonaga, doesn't see the army coming until now. Now he sees, but Nikic, he has been droning. He's down in army supply. Ay, ay, ay. He does not have a Roach Warren, does not have a Baleen Nest. Baleen Nest just now finished, and he's in a lot of trouble. Nikic, he's in a lot of trouble. He's skipping out on that tech. So vulnerable. We dive on top of the Queens. Baleens are still on the way. And Hearthstone, he's snowballing out of control, collapses on these Queens. Baleens are finishing though. They do finish just in time. Decent connections on these Zealots, but it's not going to be enough. Or is it? Oh, just barely. The Zealots are going down. We have a wave of reinforcements. Archons are being forced back. Can we kill the Queens? We can. One, two queens go down, a third queen as well. We do lose an oracle, but worth it here as we break through the defenses. We break into the mineral line. 10 drones have fallen. Ling's gonna be able to clean up one of the... never mind. Reinforcements arrive. The Archon lives. Somehow barely does live. With barely any shields. Both of them do. And with that, Harstam, he's done more than enough. He has broken the back of Nikic. He's broken the third, pushing towards the fourth, which is mining. But only momentarily, because soon it's going to be shut down. Lings, they try to catch some reinforcements, but so far, good juggling out of Harstam. And again, he's snowballing out of control. He gets on top of the queen. Gets into the mineral line. And Nikic just doesn't have enough to deal with this. Again, was playing Ling Bane. No roaches, late Bailey Nest. No scouting either. He did not have the Zelnaga. Didn't see it coming ahead of time. We're going for a desperation Ling run by. But Harstam, he's not turning back around. We keep on pushing. Decent Bailey connections on some of those Zealots, but there's still too much, Papi. Still far too much. Lings, they get 4 probes across the map. Roaches have finally arrived, but it may just be too little too late because Nikic, he's down to 2 hatcheries. Down to 4 roaches. GG gets called. Harstam will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Harstam does take the series. He did struggle a little bit in game number 1. There were definitely opportunities, and I could have definitely seen an ace match, especially if Nikic had, again, taken advantage of his opportunities in game 1. But here in game 2, a much cleaner game out of Harstam. Doesn't lose anything in the early game, leading into the eventual push. And Nikic misreading the situation, assuming that it was going to be Blinkstalkers, assuming he would get away with, cutting corners and being a little bit greedy, and he was caught with his pants down. Nikic goes down 0-2, and Harstam advances on. GG, well played. And Harstam already has his next opponent. We spoke about it. Harstam up next is going up against Lambo. Harstam versus Lambo in the quarterfinals. The tournament is progressing, and we will be getting ready for that PVZ coming up next. Vetoes are going to be underway, so we're going to be going on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. When we return, Harstam versus Lambo is going to be coming at you. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, the vetoes are done. I hope you enjoyed that short break as we have returned with our next series of the night with our first quarterfinals match to determine who advances on to the semi-finals here. And it is going to be a bit of a team kill. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our blue Zerg player from the land of Germany, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss, representing Shopify Rebellion, as this is a team kill from the land of the Netherlands. It is Hearthstone. We go. Awesome, of course, moving out with that first probe, forcing the unnatural natural out of Lambo as we're easing into our early game. So far, nothing too crazy. We're setting up for a gate expand from Hearthstone. We're setting up for our hatch gas pool from Lambo. But as a reminder, these two, they aren't just teammates, but they're good friends as well. And both Hearthstone and Lambo are very familiar with each other. And this can lead to some weird games. I was speaking earlier about how Hearthstone can be very stylistic in how he plays. Likewise, so can Lambo. As a result, both players are very familiar with each other, and yeah, they can hard counter each other. They can use that to their advantage and kind of mind game each other and then mind game the mind games. That's all on the table here for both Lambo and Hearthstone. They don't often face off, at least outside of practice. So I'm excited to see how they compare against each other. In general, I would say that Lambo is the higher rated player. He is more in form. But because of how familiar these players are, because of, again, the potential mind games, Hearthstone definitely has a good chance here to bring Lambo down. It is not clear-cut. Not at all. As for now, we're just working towards that mid-game. Cybercore is about to finish up. We can soon pick our check of choice. Based on the pylon placement, I imagine this is going to be a Stargate open out of Hearthstone, going into Oracles once again. But even if we open up Oracle, we can still go into a couple of different directions in the mid-game. And there it is, Stargate first, into Oracle production from Hearthstone. Very standard opener from our red Protoss. Very standard play. Again, as we saw against Nickish, this should be triple Oracle. We should be harassing with a couple of Adepts early on. We'll see if we commit or not, as the first Adept is moving out. Is going to be moving out across the map. We've already seen that Hearthstone is willing to play Blink Stalkers. He's willing to play Charged of Archon as well. As two Lings do slip in, the wall, not a wall, and Lambo, he will get a free scout of the main base. He gets eyes on the tech, gets eyes on the Stargate, and does confirm the first unit, confirms the Oracle that's on the way. So again, really nice scouting here out of Lambo. Does slip in. Oh my god. Doesn't quite get a probe. Good control out of Hearthstone. Does keep his mineral line safe and sound. And will be forcing out these Lings. Meanwhile, the other Adept that was across the map is racing back home, making sure that the third base isn't molested, isn't, you know, harassed by any means. And the third base should get up and running without too much issue. Lings have arrived. Can we dive on top of the probe? Oh. We do get in. The probe is spotted. And we do dive on top of it. We do commit, and we do get a kill on that worker. Very nicely done by Lambo. Will delay that third base. Meanwhile, across the map, the Oracles have arrived. We get 2 drone kills, we take a lot of hull damage, actually. Oof. A lot of damage dealt there. 2 set Oracle. Second Oracle's on the way. Once again, Lambert, he wants the probe. Oh my god. He will delay, but he won't get the worker. Does delay by only a couple of seconds before being thrown down. Sarsam has got his third base on the way. It was delayed. You know, there was a bit of chaos ensuing at the third. But it is on the way nonetheless. Meanwhile, Hearthstone focusing now on his aggression. Now up to 2 Oracles. Third is on the way. There's that Twilight Council. No Forge. This should be Blink. Should be Blink into delayed Forge into delayed +1. But because of the delayed upgrades, we'll have an abundance of Stalkers to work with. A lot of Stalkers will be available. Assuming Hearthstone goes to the same build. Again, to reiterate, if this was any other player, I would assume it's Glaives, but there we go. It is Blink. So, the same build we saw against Nikic in Game 1, if you do recall. Meanwhile, Adepts, they do threaten a shade. Fourth base has been spotted. We can't really do much about it, unfortunately. Yeah, we do force a recall. One Adept goes down. The other two do make it back home. Roach Warren on the way. So Lambo, he's not being too greedy here. He's going for a safety Roach Warren, just in case it is charge. Oh, not just that, but also to incorporate Roaches in general. Lings move out. They do get eyes on the Stalkers. Blink not quite done. No shield battery either. But we will be forced back. Hearthstone will lose any Stalkers. Does take down an Overlord. And Hearthstone is soon to move out. Again, the purpose of this build, the purpose of delaying the Forge and delaying the upgrades is for extra warp ins, and Hearthstone should be pushing with these Stalkers. And you may think, hold up, aren't they a little bit exposed? I mean, Blink is going to finish in a couple of seconds, and there are Oracles to support from the skies. The Oracles, they will deter any kind of links around. As the army moves out, Lambo, he's moving in. There is a shield battery, thankfully. At Lings, they don't find much damage. Meanwhile, Hearthstone going to be threatening that fourth base. So let's get quite a bit of damage on those queens. Chipping away at the hatchery. Ling's getting ready for a surround. Stasis Trap is not going to get baited out. Whew. Does finish in time. Stasis Trap does catch a lot of those Lings. Yeah, we cannot commit. A brutal fight there for Lambo. Very efficient out of Hearthstone. Able to pull back. Ooh, meanwhile, we're going to be going Ling Roach into Mutas. Bold move against a Blink Stalker opener. Very bold, but so far unscouted. Behind this, Charge Lot Archon on the way for Hearthstone. He's getting out of Blink into charge. +1 flyer attack is on the way. Big commitment there for Lambo. He wants to invest quite a bit into these Mutas. The Oracles! Oh, they do not get in. They are zoned away. They do not get into the natural. They do not spot the Spire. A little bit distracted by the main army. 14 Mutas on the way. We're committing quite hard. Now, I don't believe we can take a head-on fight because of the Archons. But we can avoid the main army and we can go for probes. Meanwhile, Stack Defense is on the way. Big revelation here in the middle of the line. We do get eyes on the Spire. Hearthstone, he sees, he knows. Cannons, shield batteries on the way. Phoenix production has commenced. Big moment for Hearthstone, but is it too late? That's the question. That is the question. Here we go, Mutas, they do head straight for that natural. Shield battery is ready. Yeah, overcharges pop. The Stalker does survive. So far, solid defense out of Hearthstone. Does go for a kill on the Stalker, but the Stasis Trap goes off. Lings do get caught out, and so far this has not been worth it for Lambo. Mutas are going down. At the same time, a Ling Roach push here at the fourth base. We can break through the shield battery at least. Shield battery goes down, but it takes far too long. Hearthstone does rotate in time. We'll force back Lambo. And Hearthstone, he's holding. Oh, I spoke too soon as an Archon gets picked up. Yeah, we can focus our attention on the fourth base. One Archon falls, a second Archon as well. Good pickups here by Lambo, mainly losing Lings. The Mutas don't quite push in. We have additional Mutas on the way. Transitioning into Lingbane Roche here instead. How many Mutas? We're on 21 Mutalisks, but we're cutting at 21. And again, the hope is to distract this ground army. Oof. We lose another Muta. To lose another Mutalisk. There you go, Lambo rolling on forward. Banelings, they're headed for the mineral line. The main army is distracted. We get in! Banelings, they do crash in, and so far, decent splits here out of Hearthstone does avert disaster. But 13 probes go down. Meanwhile, every single muta gets cleaned up. A big catch here from Harstem. Cleans up all the mutas at the cost of 13 probes. And Lambo, he's done with mutas. He's remaxing here with more lings, more roaches. He's on 93 workers. He's maxed out. Harstem is pushing. Is going to be pushing here as we collapse on the army, pick up a couple of those stalkers. Again, time is working on Lambo's side here. He does engage. He's going to be bleeding out a lot of lings, but he gets on some of the Archons once again. Good Biles. Good Biles here on those Immortals. The Stalkers are going down, and Lambo, he has more than enough. He cleans up the army. Harstem does overextend. Did amazingly cleaning up those mutas, but here in the push, just didn't have the support he needed. The Zealots, where were they? They were harassing instead. They do get 8 drone kills, but Lambo, he can afford to lose 8 workers. Can afford to lose it. Hatchery goes down. But Lambo is still maxed out. Harstem is down at 80 supply. He's trying to work towards a Skytoss transition. We have +1 air attack on the way. I say that, I mean, we don't quite have another Stargate. +1 air attack, I believe, was supposed to help the Phoenixes, but we don't really care about those anymore. He's trying to build up his ground army, but there's almost nothing here. 2 Archons, 1 Immortal. Storm isn't done! Storm not quite done. The High Templar, they do nothing here. And we're pushing in towards the natural base. We're zoned away from the third. The third has been compromised. Harstem going in for Zealot harass. But he's going to lose the base. He's going to lose the third. Zealots coming in from left-hand side. We are doing damage to the economy. That's true. But it may not even matter. It may not even matter here. Yeah, Zealots are pushing in. Banelings, they make it back home. We'll clean up these Zealots. 22 probes go down. And Lambo is getting picked apart. Earlier, he wasn't in a bad position, but again, that counterattack just was not it. And GG gets called. Lambo snowballs out of control and will take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, the mutas honestly weren't quite worth it for Lambo. Initially, Harstem was looking good. He was able to deter the mutas. He was able to minimize losses, minimize damage. He was able to shut down the mutas. And he felt like he had momentum. After he cleaned up the muta cloud, after he lost 13 probes, he had a good army. Like, he had a comparable army to that of Lambo, but the attack itself was lackluster. The attack itself, Harstem did fumble it a little bit. Unfortunately, he didn't have the Zealots he needed to reinforce to keep on pushing, and Harstem did overextend. From that moment, Lambo was in control of that game. He was in control, he shut down the army, and honestly, if you were looking at the worker counts, even after losing 13 probes, Lambo wasn't all in. Like, he didn't have to be all in, he didn't have to commit as hard as he did. He just felt like he had an opportunity, but he wasn't quite able to break through. And with that, Lambo, he ran away with it. And now we're getting into our next game. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the German Zerg player leading the series 1-0, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss from Land of the Netherlands down to this series, looking to fight back. Also representing Shopify Rebellion. Again, they are teammates, they are good friends, forced to face off against each other for our entertainment. It is Harstem. Here we go. But what I will say, even though Lambo is leading this series, it's not like game 1 was overwhelmingly in his favor. Remember, just to reiterate, the muta switch and the muta investment wasn't worth it. It wasn't really worth it in the end for Lambo. He lost everything, wasn't able to gain too much with it. It was the follow-up from there that went beautifully for Lambo, where Harstem was kind of caught out, was maybe not expecting such a big investment into a ground army, was not expecting so many roaches. And from that moment onwards, Harstem was in a lot of trouble and was vulnerable to the counterattack. The counterattack that ended the game, where Lambo was able to kill the third, was able to take control of the natural, and snowball out of control. Guess what I'm getting at here is that, again, that was all like on the knife's edge, and we can see an ace match, and I would love to see an ace match. I'd love to see Hearthstone force a game 3, regardless of how this goes. I would love a full series here, but not on me. The pressure is now on Hearthstone. Here we go. As we are just working on this. So we're just going Hatch Gas Pull from Lambo. Likewise, Hearthstone going for a Gate Expand into the Cybercore. Nothing too crazy. Again, Alcyone is known for its longer macro games, so wouldn't be surprised. Oh, we do get something a little bit more macro oriented. This wouldn't be a bad map for Mutas. I'm not too fond of going Mutas 2 games in a row, I'll be honest, as we do get a bit of a pause. Looks like maybe some Uber Eats has arrived. Maybe there's a technical issue. By that I mean maybe there's like a cat on the keyboard. It happens. Okay, there we go. Looks like the issues have been resolved and we are getting back into our game. Thankfully, there was an issue when there wasn't anything happening. Like, there was no intense micro, there was no fight going on. And Hearthstone is going for a Stargate. It's going to be a Stargate opener. We go. For now, we are just going to be building on up. We have a third hatchery on the way. Again, with the Stargate opener, should be triple Oracle into a third. As we mentioned before, this map is conducive to like longer games, to the mid game, to the late game. It isn't the wisest of choices to be hyper aggressive, so Twilight Council openers aren't seen too often, and as a result, aggression isn't seen too often either in the early game. Depths have arrived. They do pick off a couple of Lings. Good movement by Lambo. Does avert disaster, does avoid damage. Depths are being forced back. Hearthstone behind this. Throwing down his gateways, getting set up here at his natural. Oracles are moving out. The question becomes, I imagine Hearthstone once again is going to be opening up Blink. I'm not too fond of the Blink with delayed Forge on Alcyone. I did just talk about how I'm not really, aggression isn't really favored on this map, so I imagine Hearthstone is going to deviate away from his opener from game 1. His first Oracle has arrived. Dipping into the third, getting 2 drone kills. Oh, getting a third. Very nice. Gets 3 drones back. So, does get eyes on the mined mineral patches, so we are aware that Lambo is looking to expand on the right-hand side. As we have our second Oracle joining the fray, and a third Oracle on the horizon. Again, triple Oracle into a third. There's that Twilight Council. Has been thrown down. We'll keep an eye on the timing of the Forge. So far, though, no Forge in sight. This looks like Blink once again. Does look like Blink. Overlord Scout is going to be coming in. Lambo getting a read on the follow-up tech. Eventually, there we go, he does end up floating towards the main, gets eyes on the Twilight Council, sees the lack of Forge, and should know it's going to be Blink. As Blink is being researched. Again, I'm not too fond of this from Hearthstone. Basically, this build is delayed upgrades. Delayed upgrades from Hearthstone. He's going to be quite aggressive and quite assertive with Stalkers in the mid game. I just don't know how much he can really achieve with it. But we'll see. We'll see if he can make some magic happen. As Revelations are thrown down, 2 more drones get picked off. So far, pretty efficient play. He hasn't lost an Oracle yet, thankfully. Meanwhile, interesting play out of Lambo here is taking all of his gases. He's going straight for the lair. And he's being quite greedy. Joining up quite heavily here, just investing into the minimal amount of Lings before working towards Roaches. Oracles dip in. You get 3, 4, 5 drones at the third. Very nicely done here out of Hearthstone. Again, Hearthstone has lost 1 probe and he's killed 10 workers so far. Oh, but I spoke too soon because here come the Lings. Yeah, they collapse here on the army, on the gateway units. Ooh, at the same time, Ling run by here across the map. Tries to get damage done. Doesn't get much though. Doesn't get a probe. And here we go. Harsum is pushing. Remember, we're going to be reinforcing. We have 4 gateways, warping in 4 stalkers at a time. And Lambo, he's being caught with his pants down a little bit here. We spoke about how greedy he was, and was he too greedy? 1 queen goes down, a 2nd queen. There's no energy for transfuse. We're going to get a 3rd queen as well, and we're snowballing out of control. Lambo, he has roaches and lings in production, but he's in so much trouble. He's under so much pressure right now. Queens going down one after the other. We're going to get every single queen. There's 1 left. 1 queen does remain, and it goes down, and Harsum, he's breaking through. I was worried that the aggression wouldn't work on Alcyone because of how defensive it is, but Lambo was too greedy. He will survive though. He will force back the army. What's important, he may have lost every queen. Lambo may have lost every queen, but he retains his economy. His drone count is still decent. 4th base, getting up. Ooh, and we're getting into Swarm Hosts. Okay, Nidus, Swarm Host Nidus here from Lambo. Very interesting. Not something that I was expecting with that infestation bit, not gonna lie. This is a way to be really efficient, right? Like energy-based units, Swarm Hosts essentially being energy-based units. They can get a lot of value. Harsum coming in, it does get eyes on the Nidus Worm. He is aware. Nidus Worms are on the way. Revelation does confirm the Swarm Hosts. The Nidus is going to be finishing up. Swarmers, they do get scouted. Big Pig also get 1. 1 Swarmers, we force the Locust Wave as well. A very nice cash here out of Harsum. Harsum, he has the economic lead. But Harsum, he's caught out of position. This Nexus, oh, it's going to be focused down. That's a kill, not a cancel. A kill on the Nexus. Fungal connects, but we don't quite connect with those biles. As the Nidus does finish up, Locust Wave towards the 3rd. The army is in position. Good target firing, we get 5 probes. 5 workers go down. The aggression of Lambo does continue. He's trying to force Harsum to stay back at home to make sure that Harsum doesn't counterattack. Very aggressive moves here from Lambo. The roaches, the mispathing. Bit of mispathing there. A lot of roaches get caught out. Nidus does finish. It's going to be shut down. And we have more Nidus Worms on the way. Harsum desperately wants to counterattack with this War Prism. But can he ever leave? Nidus is spotted. Zealots are harassing across the map. They get a couple of drone kills. Lambo doesn't have the best economy. Bear that in mind. We collapse on the Nidus Worm once again. Not the best of trades as we do bleed out a couple of Stalkers, but the Nidus does fall. Lambo just continuing to get them up and running. Harsum is pushing. He knows he has the army advantage right now. For the time being, Lambo is trying to transition into Lurkers. Hydra's on the way. Lurker Den just finished. We get more queens. More queens are going down. Biggs they'll orbit into the main base. We do have roaches in position. The Nidus Worm has been scouted, has been spotted, but here comes the main army here of Harsum. Locust Wave comes in. The Nova. Good connection on the roaches. We have 2 more Novas behind this. Big stasis trap as well. Harsum, he's got an opportunity. Does have an opportunity to push in. We can keep on going. Lambo, he is maxed out. Stasis trap is about to run out as well. We're amassing Roach Hydra. No Lurkers yet, but they will soon be on the way. Another Nova does graze the army. And pushing his way forward. Oh, big connection on the Roaches once again. So far, really good control here out of Hearthstone. Does rotate around. We dive on top of those disruptors. It looks like we can focus them down. Ooh, but not without a cost. Big blow here to the army, and Hearthstone, he's taking this fight. Yeah, he will clean up every single Ravager, every single Hydra. Where the Lurkers did not here. And Hearthstone, he has done it. He's broken the third base. GG gets called. Hearthstone ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, Lambo being a little bit too greedy on Alkiona. He was caught with his pants down. He sustained a lot of damage to the first push. From there, he tried to recover with his Swarm Host. The Swarm Hosts were okay, but they never really dealt any economic damage. They killed 5 probes, when ideally they should be killing bases. They should be eviscerating mineral lines. The Swarm Hosts needed to gain more value, and they didn't. Of course, Hearthstone knew that he had the army lead. Again, Lambo, he was trying to transition into something quite different. He was trying to transition... Oh. He was trying to transition into Lurkers, but just wasn't able to get there. Wasn't able to get to that Lurker tech in time. And with that, we're going to Game 3. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. Meanwhile, do we have any other updates so far? We do. We already have some players waiting in the semifinals. Once again, it looks like MaxPax has bled. He did end up losing a game to, or he ended up dropping a map to Battle B. He drops a map to Wayne as well. Again, really cool to see players like Battle B and Wayne leveling up and going toe-to-toe with MaxPax here in the round of 16 and in the quarterfinals. It's great to see, but can they be stopped? That's a harder question to answer. Well, that's a harder task to fulfill. Taking maps is great, but taking series, that's a little bit different. Regardless, speaking of taking maps, we're here in the ace match. We're here in Game 3 and spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for a 15-15. We have the German Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss representing Shopify Rebellion as well. They are good friends, they are teammates. It is Hearthstone. Here we go. Again, Lambo with a very safe opener. For those that are curious, a 15-15 is a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. What this leads into is delayed gas. Delayed gas is delayed droning. You do have a slightly worse economy, but it's a safer opener because you're able to expand where you wish. You're able to take this natural base as your expansion. Unfortunately for Lambo, Hearthstone didn't even go for a probe scout. Didn't even scout with his worker, didn't try and delay the expansion, so Hearthstone opens up safely like this, but I could have gone hatch gas pool and would have been fine anyway. So good mind games out of Hearthstone. Able to have a slightly more efficient start. And from here, looking to go for another Stargate opener. Based on the pylon placement, again, it's closer to the edge of the main. Scouting is a lot easier for Lambo here, but it also means that this Stargate is closer to Lambo, which means less travel time between base to base. The Oracle does get across the map that much faster and can potentially get an extra drone kill as a result. Every second does count in StarCraft. Every second does count, and with this, we're going to be settling on into this game. No major deviations yet, we're just going to be saturating our bases. We're just going to be focusing on getting in towards that mid-game. And eventually moving out with our Oracles and Adepts of choice. There it is, Oracle first out of Hearthstone. Adept should soon be moving out. Hearthstone hasn't seen anything. I mean, to be fair, there's nothing to see, but Hearthstone doesn't know that. So it is a little bit risky, a little bit greedy to play like this. The Adept's going to be staying back at home. Oh, even revealing a Zealot here. to the Overlord. Does cancel in the end. Oracle is moving out. The Overlord will confirm what's going on. Does get eyes on the Stargate. Beautiful. Here we go. As the Oracle does get across the map. Huh. Dips into the main base. Ooh, there is no Spore. Only one Queen. Second Queen pops out just in time, and we get a lot of hull damage done on this Oracle. 3 drones will fall, which is good damage for Hearthstone, but he has to be very careful with this Oracle. Cannot lose it. Cannot throw it away. So a decent start from our red Protoss. Still on a knife's edge. Second Oracle does arrive, joining up with the first. Shields are regenerating, and we're going for a second dive, and this third is looking very exposed. Oh my god! 2 drones go down almost for free, basically for free there, as Lambert was out of position with his queens. We're following this up with, once again, Twilight Council, 2 gateways. I don't see a Forge. This is the same build as game number 1, which means we're going for, once again, Stalker aggression from Hearthstone. Lambo should be more ready for this. He should be more prepared. He should not sustain as much damage as game 1. But we'll see. As Oracles, they come in from multiple angles. 2 more drones go down. Lambo, he will deflect this though. He will defend. Ooh, is going Ling Bane. Okay. Interesting. Is going to be going Ling Bane here against Hearthstone. Depending on how many Lings, that's the real question. How many Lings will we have to defend, as we are focusing on droning for the time being? Hearthstone warping in extra waves of Stalkers. Again, he's on 4 gateways. Stalkers are moving out to reinforce. Meeting up with the Oracles. And thankfully, Lambo is making 18 Lings. Okay, he will have Lings and Queens to defend. He should be okay against the first push. Hearthstone investing into that Forge a little bit faster than we've seen previously. He's still applying pressure. Going for another warp in of 4 Stalkers. There's up a lot of creep. He gets eyes on the 4th base, but here come Lings for a surround. Okay, the Oracles are paying attention. Does force a recall. Oh. And not a single Stalker does fall. So good trades. Good trades out of Hearthstone. He reinforces. Blink is about to finish up. Oh, but I spoke too soon. Blink still 10 seconds away. But the Oracles are here to support. As you can see, Lings cannot touch these Stalkers. Not off of creep, not when Oracles are involved. Which is why Roaches are typically needed here to support the army, or at least a lot of Queens. But Lambo is focusing on just Lings and Queens to defend. Lings, once again, they do get a surround. They do try to get a surround to this army. 1 Stalker goes down. We get a second Stalker as well. Not too bad. Hearthstone being a little bit greedy here. Gets a Queen, gets away with it. Behind this charge, 4 more gateways, 8 in total. Here comes that 4th base. Now, ideally, this aggression from Hearthstone would keep Lambo busy, but Lambo, he has breathing room. He goes for a big link counterattack, and he will collapse on this Nexus. Looking for a cancel. And it looks like he will get a cancel on this Nexus. We get a full surround. Hearthstone, he's just a little bit too little too late. The base will fall at the same time. Ling's also hitting this 3rd. Lambo having a hard time keeping up here. Shield battery goes down. Probes are falling as well. This is becoming too much. This is becoming far too much. Hearthstone, he's held up here against the army, and he will lose everything at the 3rd. We get 11 probe kills. And suddenly, Lambo's in the driver's seat. He's going Ling Bane Hydra behind this. Hydras are on the way. He's successfully defended with pure Ling Queen. Yeah, pulling Hearthstone apart. He goes straight for the Nexus. He has +1 melee. He will force another cancel. Hearthstone perpetually stuck on 3 base economy. He desperately needs that 4th. But Lambo, this is not his final form. Again, he's still building up, amassing more and more Hydras back at home. Zealot Runby comes in. They do spot the Hydras. And they get a couple of queens. A couple of queens will fall. Oh, Hearthstone is going to get the hell out of here. Lambo, he wants the Archons. He wants them. Unable to get on top of them, though. Hydras, they stutter step forward. They focus on one of the Archons. They're going to get the other as well. Big pickoffs here. Expensive losses for Hearthstone. Does come in with more Zealots, but good stutter stepping out of Lambo. He does kite back, takes down every single Zealot, and now he's going for the Archon. And he gets the final one. Loses the Oracle as well. And Hearthstone has just been bleeding out too much. GG gets called. There's not even a final fight. The writing is on the wall. And Lambo will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Lambo for taking down Hearthstone 2-1. Again, it was very impressive that Hearthstone was able to force that ace smash, but yeah, again, here in game number 3, Hearthstone just wasn't able to get the momentum he was looking for. He went for the same build 2 games in a row. This is the problem with going for these very specialized builds, is that if you do it once and it works, that's great, but if you do it again in the series, your opponent is more mentally prepared for it. Lambo was so much more ready for it. He wasn't being too greedy. He didn't drone up too much. He was investing in Lings, and the Stalkers didn't deal anywhere near as much damage. He was able to shut it down, counterattack, and pull Hearthstone apart. GG, well played. A solid series out of Lambo, and not a bad series out of Hearthstone either. Really great to see him go back and forth with Lambo. It was beautiful to see and beautiful to witness. And now we're getting ready for our next series of the night. Do we have our semifinals ready? We do. Here we go. We're going to be following Lambo into his next series. It's going to be another ZVP. Lambo versus Mana. Oh my god. I haven't seen these two face off in quite some time. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We do have quite a lot of updates. Let us catch up. One moment as I set up some of the bracket here. Sorry, set up our next match, set up our next series. And here we go. From the very top here. Again, Mana did take down Mixu 2-0, and Mana has been patiently waiting in the upper semifinals for his next opponent. It is indeed going to be Lambo in that ZVP. Scrolling down a little bit further, we did allude to it earlier, talking about how Wayne did take a map of Max Packs, but didn't take the series. So a solid series there out of Wayne, but Max Packs will advance on to the lower semifinals, and he's waiting for his next Polish opponent. Again, if you're a Polish player, if you're a Polish fan in the chat, Poland has been doing well here. We have Mana in the upper semis, and we have a confirmed Polish player in the lower semifinals as well. But who's it going to be? Spirit or Christianer? They're currently mid-series. I believe Rotterdam is casting that series as we speak. Casting Spirit versus Christianer into Max Pack. So Rotterdam has the lower half of the bracket covered. We have the upper half. So we have our next series. When we wrap up with Mana versus Lambo, we're going to be either going straight for the grand finals, or we can catch the lower semifinals as well. So we have 2 series left, maybe 3 series remaining in the tournament in the broadcast. So plenty to look forward to. Plenty to be immersed in. Plenty to be immersed in. As for now, the players are currently conducting their vetoes. Vetoes are underway. And in a couple of minutes, we will be jumping into our next Protoss versus Zerg matchup. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yo, hello, Slow Bro. Hello, Slow Bro in the chat. Good to see you, Papi. Good to see you. If you're asking about Lights Cam, I think it's a silly placeholder image while he's visiting Poland and he has no cam. Silly? Authentic, Papi. What do you mean? It's beautiful, Papi. It's beautiful. Good times. Good times. Ay, ay, ay. But yes, yes. We are going to be going on a short break. Hold on, hold on. I should be looking. Hold on. Wait. I got this. Hold on. Do I have the technology? I'll unlock that. Wait. No. Okay. Oh my god, we just slid in. I'm gonna need to unlock this, and I may break something in the process here, but it's okay. There we go. Sorry, I was just making sure I was looking in the right direction. There we go. I'm so excited for the bracket. As vetoes are done and we're getting into game number 1 here of our semifinals, here we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, we have our blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. The German Zerg, it is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss, the red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is Mana. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you believe is going to be making it into the grand finals. Will it be Lambo or Mana? Again, 2 historic players. That is true. They're both amazing players in their own right, but there can only be one making it through. Place your bets on who you think it's going to be. Good luck. Good luck. As a reminder, it is going to be a best of 3, not a best of 5. So you do have a couple of minutes here. There we go. As of now, we do have a hatch gas pool. Lambo forsake the unnatural natural. Our first game is Solaris. We actually haven't casted much of this map at all. So great to see it here in the semis. We have our hatchery on the way. Likewise, Mana going for a gate expand. Now, I'm always excited to cast Mana because Mana does things his own way. You know, everyone can have the meta. Everyone can be going triple Oracle into a third base, into +1 Blink Stalkers. Mana, he has his own playstyle at times. He has his own builds. I'm ready to bear witness to Mana. Now, maybe that's only in regional events. Like, we have casted Mana in regional tournaments, and he's just hyper aggressive and hyper cheesy at times as well, but that may just be against other Polish players. I'm specifically brought back to Mana versus a Laser last year that we did cast in the house Assiduous Circuit, or maybe in the qualifiers. Maybe it was during one of the weeklies, one of the house events, one of the regionals. Mana did just go all in constantly against a Laser. We'll see if that's going to be the case here, as we do have a Stargate opener. Okay. Going to be a Stargate first here from Mana. Should be into Oracle. Should be. Something I should reiterate that is common amongst the Korean Protosses is that they're very willing to mix in Void Ray openers instead. I'm curious if Mana is one to do the same. I'm curious. As for now, yeah, there it is. This is what I expected out of Mana. I don't expect the most standard of games, so it is going to be a Void Ray first. Now, this thankfully I brought this up just leading into this, but the reason why Void Ray openers do have quite a little popularity in Korea is because they hide your follow-up tech, which means you can be hyper aggressive behind this. Void Ray is designed to shut down the Overlord. The Overlords are going to be falling Vision is going to be denied. Scouting is going to be quite difficult for Lambo. And we can hide Glaive Adepts. From here, we can go into Glaive Adepts. From here, we can go into double Stargate Void Ray, double Stargate Sky Toss. We can go for a charge-based all-in, or we can play standard. Like, there's so much available here for Protoss, and it could be anything, could be everything. Lambo doesn't know. He is going to be in the dark. As Lambo is building up more queens, we do have our Forge on the way, so it looks like +1 charge. Could be Blink. Could be either or. Well, nothing too crazy. But again, Lambo doesn't know. That's the power of the Void Ray. Is that even if it's standard play, Lambo has no idea. He has to respect it. And typically we would be throwing down a Roach Warren by now, but Lambo is being greedy. Okay. Lambo is skipping out the Roach Warren, just going to be droning up from here. Ah, there it is. Roach Warren thrown down at around the 4-minute 35 mark. Not too bad. Very safe Roach Warren timing. Very safe indeed. Void Ray comes in. We do get a kill on the Overlord, but we're going to be paying a big price for it. Not worth it here, as the Void Ray is going to be going down. A big pick off. Void Ray does fall for an Overlord. Again, not worth it at all here for mana. Behind this, it is +1 in charge. Big gateway explosion as well. How many gates do we have? We have 2 gateways at the natural, 4 gates in the main, 6 gates in total. I would not be surprised if we throw down 2 more gates and if we go for a big 3-base charge all in. We'll see if Mana does actually go for it, if he does commit. For now, just 6 gateways. Just 6 gateways, but I don't see any gases. There it is! Was 6 gateways. Now we have the 7th and 8th gateway. It is indeed a 3-base all-in out of mana. No gases at the natural, no gases at the 3rd base, and only 2 gases here in the main. Why? We don't need gas. Not where we're going. We're going all in. Gas is now being taken here at the 3rd base location. That is true, but so heavily delayed. And we are going to be pushing out with a mass amount of charge lots. Meanwhile, Roach Hydra. Roach Hydra here out of Lambo. Again, at least he did not skip out on the Roach Warren. He is amassing Roaches as we speak. Ooh, 4th base is on the way for mana. Interesting. How hard are we going to commit to this? Now, there is no Robo. There is no Robo for mana, which means we cannot reinforce across the map. Zealots are going for a counterattack, but we are actually working towards Blink and +2. Okay, so this gateway explosion, it's here, but we're not actually fully making use of it. Zealots, they do deny a base, they deny the 4th, but look at our positioning. Oh my god, the service area is so heavily reduced. We have Oracles coming in on the right, the Zealots, they try to push in on the left, but we are in position and mana is forced back. So very nice defense here out of Lambo. Mana trying to pivot away from this. The downside is the tech. No Robo, no Temple Archives. We have +2 and Blink, yes, but we have a Swarm Toss composition, just mass gateway units. This army composition for mana doesn't have a lot of longevity. We're throwing down a 9th gateway. Like, there's no longevity here. This does still feel very committed and very all-in. I'm sure he's hoping that maybe Lambo over drones, but Lambo is cutting workers at 65. He's cutting workers at 3-base saturation, and Lambo is going for his own push. Uh-oh. Okay. So both players are cutting workers and both players are staying at 3-base saturation. Who does this favor? I still want to say Lambo. I want to say Lambo in this position. Stasis Trap does complete. Lambo rotating around. Stack defense is on the way, but again, it's only Stalkers, it's only Zealots. Zealots are going down, one after the other. Artosis Pylon Force as well. Overcharge is popped. Ay, ay, ay. Good blinks here with these Stalkers is what I will say. Very efficient trades here out of Mana. Very nicely done, as Mana is going to be able to force this back. Again, Lambo still has plenty of reinforcements on the way, but it's not here yet. And Mana's holding. Pylon does complete. 3 shield batteries behind this. He is ready for the assault. Overcharge is now out of... Oh, it has run out of cooldown though. Has run out. We do need a little bit more time for another overcharge. Fourth base is getting up and running. Lambo doesn't see. Oh, no, sorry, he does. He is aware of the base. Hasn't gone for it yet. Trying to make his way up the ramp. But again, Mana is achieving so much with so little. He is holding. Force fields are thrown down. We're making our way up the ramp. Those Stalkers are finally getting picked off. And Lambo, it looks like he may have broken the back here of Mana. So many Stalkers fall. That was brutal. That was 14 Stalkers going down. We have 16 left. Half the Stalker count essentially falling. Overcharge is going to be popped. But again, as we were saying, this army from Mana just doesn't scale well. Not into a longer game. Lambo, he's breaking into the natural. Yeah, this 3-base all-in from Lambo, it is breaking Mana. It is achieving far more than what Mana has. 6 probes do fall. Looks like we're going to be able to hold this off for the time being. Force back the army, but now we can focus on the 3rd base. Again, this 4th is keeping Mana in this game. It's sustaining his reinforcements, but it's still not enough. So many more Stalkers go down. As we break through the defensive line, break through all these Zealots. We're trying to come in from behind. Boys are being pulled into Hydras. Ay, ay, ay. The DPS is just too damn high. And it's been a slow death. It's been a slow death here for Mana. Again, Mana has been holding on desperately for dear life. But it's been an uphill battle this entire time. And in the end, he is being broken here at the 3rd base as well. There's only so much you can do with a Gateway army. So much you can do with only Zealots and only Stalkers. And if you're wondering why, again, we spoke about it, it's because Mana was all in himself. GG gets called, and Lambo will take game number 1. GG. The 3-base all-in versus the 3-base all-in. Lambo did come out on top, but there's a reason for that. Again, remember, Mana initially was going for 8-gate charge. He pivoted away from 8-gate charge into a +2 Blink Stalker based timing instead. I think he went up to almost 12 gateways. The problem with that, again, is that he was just being outscaled as the game went longer. Lambo, he ticked up into Hydras. Again, Roach Hydra was just trading so efficiently there, or so much more efficiently. So many Stalkers were falling, and Lambo just got outscaled. Just got outscaled in that game. And again, just had a really awkward transition into those Stalkers and into the 4th base. He just wasn't set up for the mid-game. As we mentioned, no Robo, no Temple Archives, no Storm, no Archons, no Immortals, Disruptors. Just Swarm Toss. And with that, Lambo takes the first game. Lambo does take the first game. Now we're getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione, we have our Red Zerg player. Red Protoss player representing Team Liquid. Down in the series, not out there, not by any means. It is Mana. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player. The Blue Zerg representing Shopify Rebellion leading the series 1-0. He needs one more Unomas to take the entire series. It is Lambo. I brought my gaming laptop to work so I could ladder during lunch, but security has blocked BNets on guest Wi-Fi, so now I'm massaged. No, Taco. Brutal, Papi, brutal. So sad, so sad. Regardless, I hope you enjoy your lunch break. I hope you do enjoy, even without laddering. Smurge, Papi, Smurge. Hope you enjoy your day nonetheless. I did very special IT things, now it's working. Oh. You're like, I bought a VPN just for this scenario. I found the Wi-Fi, I found the password to the router. I've gotten in. I've broken down the firewall. We're gaming, Papi. We're gaming. Aye, aye, aye. Here we go. We are settling into our next game here. Again, Hatch Gas Pool this time out of Lambo. Very standard opener. Likewise, Gate Expand from Mana. Nothing too crazy in the early game, but we are loading into Alcyone, one of the more mech-oriented maps in the map pool. Second largest map in the map pool, even. Second only to Radisson Station. But we don't have to talk about Radisson. It's no one plays on that map. It's fine. No one does play there. Don't worry about it. We can pretend it doesn't exist. Oh. As this isn't a bad map for something like even Skytoss. Okay, so straight up, I would love to see a Void Ray opener. I'd love to see a Void Ray opener 2 games in a row. The reason why this is so good is that Void Ray openers have so many different tech paths and kind of avenues of teching and kind of approaching the game as a follow-up. So continuing to whip out the Void Ray opener in a series is a great way to keep your opponent guessing and to try to play with the series overall. Remember, last game, it was Void Ray into +1 charge lots into 8 gateways, which we eventually had to transition away from. But could we do it again 2 games in a row? We could. We could even go Void Ray into Skytoss, into Glaive Adepts, into Blink Stalkers. And there it is, a Void Ray follow-up by Mana. Again, I do really like this overall. The question becomes, once this Overlord goes down, where are you going to be taking us? There's a lot available here. Do we go into Skytoss? Do we go into a Charge All-In again? Do we go into Glaives? +1 Blink Stalkers? What do you have in store for us? And Lambo, likewise, will have no idea. That's a very fast Twilight Council. Is it too fast? Is the Overlord going to scout? Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. The Overlord is on the way. Void Ray is still in production here. As thankfully the Overlord is not rallied towards the left-hand side. Void Ray has revealed itself and will kill this Overlord before seeing anything. And this looks like Glaives. This looks like Glaive Adepts. It feels, it smells like Glaive Adepts. We'll see if that's the case. Ha! There we go. Glaives are on the way from Mana. Third base is being taken, and Lambo has no idea. Again, the opener so far looks just like the last game. Looks just like game number 1. So Lambo still has to piece it together. Now, if you remember, in the last game, Lambo was a little bit greedy. He got his Roach Warren at the 4-minute 35 mark. 4-minute 35. Will he get it earlier? Will he get it later? Spores are on the way. Queens are amassing. Lambo joining up, saturating his 3 bases. Just making sure his queens are in position. There it is, Roach Warren on the way at the same timing here. Very safe timing for this Roach Warren. I do like it. Which means Roaches will be available for the defense. So very safe play out of Lambo. Meanwhile, how many gateways? 4. 4 gates in total. Now, the way this works is that there is no Robo, there is no Warp Prism. We're going to be warping in Adepts back at home. Warping in wave after wave of Adept. And then we're going to be pushing. We're going to be moving out. And we need to get damage done. These Glaive Adepts, we're delaying Blink for this. We're delaying Blink, we're delaying the Forge, we're delaying +1. The tech overall is going to be delayed in favor of these Glaive Adepts, which is why they need to get damage done. Otherwise, Mana will fall behind. Ooh, interesting follow-up going double Robo. We've been spotted. We have been scouted. Lambo back at home. He's aware of the Glaive Adepts. He's aware of the double Robo follow-up as well. Roaches are amassing. And Mana, we need to pull off a miracle here. We need to kill some drones. Adepts, a threat in the shade. We get on top of the Queens. Got transfused out of Lambo. Queens will survive. Boys are being pulled. So far, good defense out of Lambo. We dive on top of the Queens. We get 1. 1 Queen goes down. Roaches have arrived at the same time. Void Ray comes in towards the natural, but Queens are in position. And we shade into the main base. Drones are going down. But is this enough damage? We get 6 workers so far. We get 7. We want 8. Oh, barely. We're not going to get it. 7 workers full. We commit to the shade towards the third base. But we do get cleaned up. And as the dust does settle, ooh, the Void Ray, no, barely goes down as well. Now, as the dust does settle, Lambo has quite an army, but that is why we went double robo. We are aware of the potential of a roach counterattack, so we're getting ready for the roaches. Immortals are amassing back at home. Lambo could move out, but I love that he's droning. So he's moving out with his roaches. He's going to be threatening. He's going to be trying to force an overreaction from mana as Lambo just drones. Roaches have been revealed to the Oracle, and we just back off. Again, it's like a game of chicken, basically. A game of chicken, forcing extra shield batteries, extra pylons, when really Lambo never intended to attack. So Lambo, he's recovering economically, and we're going for the gold. Oh, that's what's brutal here. It isn't just a 4th base, it's a gold base as well. The pressure is going to be on. Now, there's a bit of a give and take. Mana was able to kill how many workers in total? 8 drones. It was okay. The follow-up is an interesting one, though. We have 3 immortals. We're about to have 4 immortals and a war prism. Mana's going to be pushing. He's going to be pushing out with slow lots and immortals. Has a 4th base on the way. But this immortal army is getting huge. It's getting massive. Especially if we just keep pumping out more immortals. There we go. Charge, now in production. Phoenixes? Interesting. Okay. Okay, Papi, okay. You have my attention. I'm not convinced, but yeah, we're cooking, Papi. We're cooking. Let him cook. Let him cook. Now, I like these Phoenixes against Lurker play. There we go. Lurker Dead is on the way. So, Phoenixes, they do an amazing job at just shutting Lurkers down, picking them off, picking them up, rendering them inert. As Mana moves out, we are pushing in towards the 4th base. The 4th is going to be denied. At the same time, Mana, he commits. He ignores the gold, going straight for the throat, straight for the 3rd. And again, that's a lot of immortals. Charge is not done, though. Uh-oh. Charge is not quite done. The drones, the boys are being pulled. We get a surround. And Mana is overextending. These immortals are in a lot of trouble here. Hydras are amassing. Queens are pushing for the Biles. They take down the Prism. And Mana, he is being cleaned up. He loses 4th base. Lambo is holding. He cleans up the entire army. 13 probe kills. GG gets called. He survives the all-in. And Lambo will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Lambo will take the series 2-0 here. Mana had potential with his army, but unfortunately, that move out did feel premature. It felt like a premature move out by Mana. He didn't have charge for his zealots, so he couldn't really support his immortals. Still had his 4th base on the way and up and running, and yeah, Mana, he was just picked apart. He was forced all in with slow lots of all things. He had a lot of immortals, but again, immortals on their own, they aren't amazing. Like they need some kind of buffer in between themselves and the Roach army and the Zerg army in general. Mana does meet his end, but he had a good run. He had a very good run. Very nicely done there by Mana to make it this far, and congratulations to Lambo as he advances on to the grand finals. Our first player to make it. But who will he be playing against? That is the question. Oh, exclamation mark B in the chat as we have some updates. We have some massive updates, actually. Can we catch up here? Scrolling down a little bit further. We have the semifinals. Spirit did take down Cristiano 2-1. Went all the way to the ace match. The last time they faced off, Cristiano did beat Spirit in the House of Galactic battle a couple of weeks ago, but Spirit, he gets his revenge. Wasn't easy, did go to the ace match. Regardless, Spirit makes it to the semifinals, and we have a TVP, Spirit versus Max Pax, currently underway. And what game are they in is what I'm curious about. So they in game 1, game 2, or game 3? They're in game 1. I have confirmation they are in game number 1. It looks like all the other English casters were in that series, both Rotterdam and Steadfast. They're 19 minutes into game 1, which means we have game 2. Which means once they wrap up, we are going to be jumping into game number 2. once it's available. Once it is available. We have Spirit and Max Packs. Beautiful. I do need a moment. Spirit, he's on Navi, if I am not mistaken. Here we go. So we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here. We're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have Game 2 of Max Packs versus Spirits. We won't be able to jump into Game number 1. They are currently, mid-series. They're currently mid-game as we speak. We're going to be waiting. We're going to be waiting for them to wrap up that first game, and then we will be jumping on in from there. So, yeah, take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, have a bit of a bathroom break, drain your disruptors, stretch your roaches, hydrate your hydras, massage your marines, and when we return, we will have Game 2 of Spirit versus Max Packs, leading into the finals versus Lambo. So some high-quality matches are ahead of us. Can Max Packs be stopped? He's usually the reigning champion of these online weeklies. He's all over it. Usually Clem is the one to stop him, but Clem isn't here. Clem is traveling, he's jet-lagged, he's tired. Clem, he just finished a long weekend of IM Katowice. So, can anyone stop Max Packs in Clem's absence? We're here to find out. And we'll find out after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that short break because we have returned and we are jumping in mid-series into this semi-finals match. We have Lambo waiting in the grand finals, but who will face him? Because we have a surprising result. Game 1 just finished and our Terran player is leading the series, not the Protoss. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Hecate, we have our red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming from the land of Denmark. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the blue Terran representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. We go. Again, MaxPax sees the best Protoss that Europe has to offer, and he has been struggling this tournament. I don't know if you noticed on the brackets, but MaxPax, he dropped a map to Battle B, he dropped a map to Wayne, and now he has dropped a map to Spirit. So his journey, his road to the finals has not been without challenges, and we are here to finally bear witness to some of those challenges. We'll see if MaxPax can overcome them and make it to the finals, or if Spirit can pull off an amazing result and make it to the finals in his stead to face off against Lambo. I'm here for it. I am ready for it. For now, we're going to be seeing a Rax Expand economic opener out of Spirit. We haven't casted a TVP in quite some time, but I'm happy for it. It's going to be a Rax Expand. There we go. CC has been thrown down on location. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for a Gate Cyber Expand across the map. Standard openers all around. I should emphasize economic opener out of Spirit. Not unheard of for Terran players to go double gas and go for a faster factory. But in general, Spirit is known for his greed. He's known for his economic playstyle in many matchups, so that's going to be what we're expecting more often than not out of Spirit. And here we go. We do have our factory follow-up here. Reaper is going to be moving out. Spirit did not go for an SCV scout, but against MaxPax, I think it's fine. Like, MaxPax is not really known for being hyper-aggressive. We have our take of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council. Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax. Should be for Blink. DT openers are not unheard of, but they are very niche. They're very out of the norm. Should be Blink from MaxPax. As we dive on the Adept, forcing it back, getting quite a lot of damage done so far. Assault defense here out of Spirit. Meanwhile, across the map with this Twilight Council, how many gateways is the big question. We have 2 gateways for the time being. We can go 2-gate Blink into a third. We can go for 3-gate Blink, even 4-gate Blink, the MaxPax special, what he was known for, especially in the first half of 2023. But here we go, the Adepts, they do shade here into the mineral line, they deny mining here, they do focus down another one of those Marines, good pick off here, but we do trade a Marine for an Adept. Good trades, better trades for the Terran. Chases down both of those Adepts, and will hold. Can go back to mining. Across the map, we have a gateway explosion. What do we have? We have 3 gates on the way, in addition to the one that we already have. 4-gate Blink from MaxPax. Hyper aggression from our red Protoss player. We're going to be doubling down. We're going to be making a War Prism, and we're going to be pushing across the map. Meanwhile, Spirit, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because he hasn't seen anything. Reaper's now moving out. He needs to get a read on what's going on. He does confirm the lack of third. That's a piece of the puzzle, which means he knows it's going to be 3-gate Blink or 4-gate Blink. Which means we need tank production more than anything. We're going for a Marine drop. Oh my god. Marine drop is moving out. Marines with a Cyclone. But there are going to be so many Stalkers to meet this. Stalkers are amassing. There it is. Tech Lab is on the way. This is for tank production. We need as many tanks as possible to survive, to defend. Third base still hasn't been thrown down. A Spirit should now be aware of what's going on. A third should already be there. He should realize that it's 4-gate Blink Stalker. And there we go. He starts up bunkers. Second bunker on the way. He knows what's going on. But just because he knows doesn't mean he can survive. Good SimCity though. I love the SimCity in the main. Stalkers have arrived. At the same time, Medevac drop getting ready for the main base. There are 3 Stalkers in position though. MaxPax, he has enough to defend. He has enough to attack. SCV goes down. The boys are being pulled, but we get a surround. We cannot repair that bunker. The bunker will fall. Or will it? Just barely it will. Gonna be a costly trade for these Stalkers, but they shut down all the Marines. Ay, ay, ay. Again, no tanks in position because of the Cyclone. Because of the drop, SCVs are going down, and MaxPax, he's snowballing out of control. He's broken the natural base. Far too much damage. We dive on top of the tank. And Spirits, he has nothing left. GG gets called. MaxPax takes game number 1. GG. A solid blink out of MaxPax, denying the surround, denying the repair of those SCVs. And we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Again, Spirit was so greedy by not scouting, by not getting a read of what was happening. It took him far too long to realize. And by the time he did, he was punished for his delayed tech lab, for his delayed tank production. He was completely shut down. GG, well played. Very fast game number 2. And now we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Now, fun fact, what I do know is that game 1 was like a 25-minute game. It was a macro game, and Spirit did win in the macro game. So MaxPax may be realizing, hold up, you know, Spirit, if his mid to late game is too good, I need to stop him. I need to stop him before he can really get the ball rolling. I need to shut him down. And what better way to do it than with 4-gate blink? What better way to do it? And now we found ourselves in game 3. In the ace match. How will this story end? Game 3 is going to be on site Delta. Okay, I believe slightly longer rush distance compared to Hecate, I believe. So that will help Spirits a little bit when it comes to wanting to be a little bit greedy, more economic. Oh. As we're getting ready here for that ace match, just making sure that all the casters are getting involved. Just making sure that everyone is coming together.
Travens.
Okay, wait, we're good. We are good to go. Last 15 ads I got were all for Aquaman. Oh, you need to watch Aquaman. I haven't even seen the first one. Oh, God. You need more Jason Momoa in your life. Clearly. Here we go. As we have gathered all of our lovely casters, now we're diving into game number 3. It all ends here. It all ends on side Delta. We'll see if MaxPax does indulge in the Blink Stalkers once again. Does he commit all the way to 4-gate, though? I am curious as we're getting into the ace match. This morning in the bottom right-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Danish Protoss player. A red Protoss representing Psystorm. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player from the land of Poland representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Here we go. We are going all the way to game number 3 here. And I imagine Spirit is going to be a little bit more adept at scouting. That's the big thing that he was lacking. He was lacking so much scouting information. He had no idea what was going on, and he was punished so hard for it. He was playing blind. And he did stumble. He did fall. And will he make up for it here in game 2? Sorry, here in game 3. Will he be able to get a better read on what's going on? Or will he just continue to be greedy? I mean, it's Spirit. He likes the greed. He likes it, Poppy. He likes it. Does enjoy it quite a bit. Here we go. Probe Scout is moving out for MaxPax. It is going to be another Rax Expand out of Spirits, another economic opener, which is fine. He went for it in the previous game, and was able to successfully get away with it as well. Ooh, as we are going Marine first. Going to be going Marine first. Once again, no SCV scout from Spirit. With this Marine, we're going to be shutting down this probe. And, oh, we are denied that expansion. Brutal moment there for Spirit. His CC is going to be quite heavily delayed. We are up to 500 minerals before throwing it down. So a big delay there for Spirit. As he will finally get his base on location. Nice little win for MaxPax. Behind this, following it up with an Adept, so we can zoom across the map and potentially delay this building even further, the building CC. Following this up with a reactor into factory. And ooh, we are going to be skipping Reapers entirely. Okay, we're just going Mass Marine. Reactivating out those Marines. Once again, 2 games in a row, we do have a Twilight Council opener from MaxPax. Unfortunately, we did miss out on game 1, so I don't know if MaxPax has been going Twilight Council every single game. It's very possible, though. It is quite possible. And just like previously, the game or the question becomes, MaxPax, how many gateways? 2 gateways for the time being, alongside Blink. Do we go 2-gate Blink into a third? Do we go 3-gate Blink, or even 4-gate Blink? Okay, Blink is on the way, so not going for any kind of weird DT-based opener. Nothing weird like that. Robo is going to be on the way, and MaxPax, he's going for something more economic. He's going for the third. Let's go. Okay, so Spirit shouldn't die anytime soon. There's not going to be a moment like we saw in the last game where MaxPax moves out with Stalkers and Spirit is caught with his pants down and he just falls over and dies. That should not be happening as MaxPax is going 2-gate Blink into a third base. Very economic playstyle out of our red Protoss. Which means Spirit, again, he's safe, he's sound, he's able to build up. We're getting our 3-1-1 setup here. Eventually working on that third Rax. Depth going to be threading a shade. Ooh, interesting. Going to be delaying the third Rax in favor of an eBay. Working on +1. Adepts this time we do commit though. We commit into the main base. Good target firing out of Spirit. Does focus on one of the Adepts. The other will get into the mineral line, but shouldn't get much done. Just scouts his opponent before being forced out. Was it barely does escape. Now checking the vision here, MaxPax did confirm the lack of additional Raxes. Did confirm the more tech-heavy playstyle here out of Spirit as we finally throw down that third Rax. Very delayed. It is going to delay production of Marines. Again, we are prioritizing upgrades instead. Tank production as well. Okay. Interesting. Very fast first tank here from Spirit. Going for that mine drop. I say very fast. Did go double Widowmine first, then into the tank. So I should amend that saying standard tank timing. There we go. Mine drop moving out. MaxPax trying to keep up. Observers in position. Stalkers as well. And the drop has been spotted. Big pickoff here, and the medevac does not get into the main base. The Widowmines, they're stuck here out in the open. And we do not scout. That's what's important. We have no idea what's going on. There could be Colossus production happening. There could be additional gateways. There could be a lack of third. Spirit has no idea. He has seen nothing this entire game. And we can see a massive gateway explosion. That's going to be 8-gate charge on the way from MaxPax. Oh my god. That's a lot of zealots. Again, we have the Prism on the way behind this as well. And we're going for a swarm toss style. Mass charge lots. The base on the way behind this to get into Colossus production, I imagine. And Spirit is going to have a hard time expanding. Which is why it's on 5 Raxes. It's going to be on 5 Raxes here. No third CC yet. Remember, remember, +1 was prioritized here. +1, stim, combat shields. Pretty strong upgrade timing. But the question does become, do we throw down the third base? Or do we commit? How many tanks? 3 tanks so far, soon to be a 4th. Spirit does go for the salvage. Is moving out. 4th base on the way for MaxPax. Colossus production has commenced. He's not going into Disruptors. Does take down the Observer. Do we pull the boys is what I want to know. Oh, 1 tank goes down. Not a good start. At the same time, Zealots into the main base. SCVs are falling. 9 workers go down. Spirit being pulled apart here. If you want it to be aggressive, not a good start for it. Is going to be pushing, and there we go. We're pulling the boys. It is a 2-base all-in at his Spirit. He already lost so many of his workers earlier, and he will lose even more. SCV's already going down. Zealots, they do catch the tail end of these reinforcements. Good catch there from MaxPax. And Spirit is completely all in. He already lost the tank, which is not a good start. The Colossus arrives just in time. The boys are being pulled. We're trying to get on top of the Colossus. Zealots are going down. We are buying time with the force fields. There is only 1 Colossus as Zealots are being recalled back home. We do wedge ourselves between the bases and we're going straight for the natural. We get the shield battery. But there are too many Zealots. Far too many Zealots here. We collapse here on top of the tanks. 2 of them go down. Good juggling here out of MaxPax. And he will completely clean this up. Did drop a map, but GG gets called. MaxPax, he shuts down the 2-base all-in and will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Spirit was forced into that all-in. Did hit a pretty strong time with +1, but it was a really rough start. Imagine that all-in with an extra tank. Imagine it with extra reinforcements. Imagine it without a crippled economy to begin with, which was stifling those reinforcements. MaxPax was just picking Spirit apart left and right. Did so well in the lead up to that all-in. And MaxPax has made it to the grand finals. And we have a rematch. Fun fact, this is a rematch from last week. If you were here for it, we did cast it live. MaxPax versus Lambo did also face off in last week's finals of ESL Open Cup Europe number 213, and MaxPax won that series 3-0. It was a 3-0 win for MaxPax last week. Can Lambo take a game? That is the question. Can Lambo take a game off of MaxPax, or will we see a repeat and will we see another 3-0? Oh boy. I'm hoping we get more of a back and forth. I'm hoping we get more of a back and forth. I'm hoping we get more of a competitive series between Lambo and MaxPax, but again, it's not on me, it's on our players. Oh boy. Let me just set things up. It looks like our players need a little bit of time. Looks like they need a little bit of time here to set up their vetoes and to set up the lobbies. So we're going to be going on a short break. It's going to be a short break though, because when we return, we have Los Gran Finales. We have the final series of the night, MaxPax versus Lambo, coming at you right after this break. See you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the grand finals of ESL Open Cup Europe number 214. We have made it. We have returned here with a bit of a rematch from last week's finals. Can we have a more competitive result, though? I am here for it. I am ready for it. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the Red Protoss player from the land of Denmark, representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player from the land of Germany, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And if you are in the chat, predictions are open, so you can place your bets on how you think the series will unfold, on who you think will come out on top between these two amazing players. Again, this is a rematch from last week's finals. Unfortunately, in last week's finals, Lambo did go down 3-0. It was a pretty one-sided series overall, and Lambo, he was basically going for all-ins. He was going for all-in after all-in after all-in. Part of that may be because Lambo was preparing to travel, and he was also quite tired. It was a long tournament. It was a very extended series, a very extended, well, not quite series, a very extended tournament, because there were delays. There were some slower portions of the bracket, so it was longer than normal. I think it was like 6 hours or something, like six-hour tournament. So Lambo was very worn out, and I think that led to some of his strategies that he used last week. So I'm hoping for something more back and forth. I'm hoping for more of a back and forth dynamic between both Lambo and MaxPax. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Let us go. But yeah, I see in the chat talk about IM Katowice. I guess I'll talk about it after the cast. I don't want IM to deter and take away from our finals here. So going to be focusing on our finals to begin with, and then we can talk about IM. We can talk about IM thereafter. But for now, here we go. It is going to be a gate expand into Cybercore. We do have a Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Pretty standard stuff from our Danish Protoss player. Nothing too crazy, nothing too out of the norm. Meanwhile, Lambo going for a hatch gas pull into a third base. So everything is looking as it should. We are loading into Golden Aura, a bit of a smaller map, bit of a shorter rush distance by ground. You can be that much more assertive and aggressive on a map like this. We'll see if that's going to be the case. We'll see how we do take advantage of the map itself as the Stargate is done. And our unit of choice is going to be the Oracle. So Oracle opener out of MaxPax, what we expect to see. We did see Void Ray openers out of Mana, and I do love me a Void Ray opener here in PvZ, but MaxPax isn't one to really embrace that as much as the Korean Protosses or any of these other more aggressive Protosses. As an absolute shade in, they get one drone kill and they do shade away. Good movement here out of MaxPax. It is very devastating to lose your first two Adepts, just because it does leave your third base vulnerable, but the Adepts have been saved, they have been kept alive, they have been able to be retained. And as a result, this third base is that much safer, as it is soon on the way. MaxPax focusing on walling off. The first Oracle is now up and running. Second Oracle in production. Adepts, they do shade in. They do manage to shade in. They do focus on as many probes, as many drones as we can. 4 workers do go down. Good pickoffs here by MaxPax. So we get 4 worker kills. Adepts, oh my god, we're not done! We're not done as we go up to 6 drone kills here at the third. Adepts, they shade into the main. They get a 7th drone, a final worker here in the main as well. And MaxPax, he may have lost his Adepts, but we have plenty of Oracles to work with. 2 Oracles are up and running. 3rd Oracle is on the way. And this third base should be safe and sound. They should be safe and sound. As MaxPax, he's looking for more damage with that second Oracle. Overlord is sorted away. The army, of course, is revealed. Third Oracle has arrived, and we're transitioning into a Forge and Twilight Council. GG gets called as more drones go down across the map. Oh, a brutal start here to Lambo. He was taking a lot of damage. He was taking even more. Far too much that is acceptable at this level of play. I was hoping we could play it out a little bit further. I was hoping we could try to get into it, but no, Lambo, he taps out here, and MaxPax takes a 1-0 lead. This, you could definitely argue that this was a bit of a premature tap out, but at the same time, Lambo, he's the kind of player, I'm very similar whenever I ladder, whenever, like, you start making mistakes and you take too much damage. It's one of those things where you know that your opponent is good enough that they're not going to be making mistakes, and to play out a game knowing that you're behind, and knowing that you have to rely on your opponent to make mistakes, that is brutal. That is a brutal position to be in, and Lambo, he wants none of it. He's like, I'm not going to play this out, okay? I know I'm behind, and I'm probably not going to be able to catch back up. GG, let's get into game number 2. Let us get into game number 2, and here we go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have our blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion in the land of Germany, going for a 15-15 down this series, but not out. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Storm Gaming at the land of Denmark. It is MaxPax. Here we go. Go as we are settling into this. It is just going to be a 15-15 out of Lambo. A very safe opener from our blue Zerg player. Meanwhile, across the map, MaxPax going for his gate expand. Everything looking normal, but everything was normal in the last game as well. That's the reality here. Everything is normal, or everything was standard in game number 1. And MaxPax still snowballed out of control, so hopefully Lambo can tighten up his defenses and have a more secure setup. Hopefully. So gas is on the way. Now, the downside of 15-15 is that your economy is going to be delayed. Your gases are a little bit later than normal as well. So Lambo has a couple of deficiencies here, but he's more than willing to make up for it with a more secure base location. This also does deter Twilight Council openers as well. Does deter them. And we should be seeing another Stargate from MaxPax. Cybercore is done. Pylon has been thrown down, and Stargate should be on the way. Here we have that Stargate thrown down for MaxPax. Should be for another Oracle opener. And again, hopefully this time Lambo is able to keep up with the aggression and minimize his worker losses. Because he took far too much damage in that last game. And again, MaxPax, he did just snowball out of control. It was brutal. It's a brutal moment. From here, Lambo working towards his third. Threatening a shade. And we shouldn't be able to get too much done here. This is when MaxPax mixes in a Void Ray opener, which I would be all for. I don't think he needs to, but I would love it. In our best of 5. Yeah, it's just going to be an Oracle opener out of MaxPax. Doesn't feel the need to spice things up yet. Isn't being forced to. Adepts have arrived. They take down a tumor. We commit to the shade. We get into the main. Get into the main base. Getting a couple of lings. Taking down one of those drones as well. We're going to get a second drone. We're going to get a third drone as well. Forcing the boys off the mineral line as well. This is becoming a little bit too much. Oh god. Thankfully we don't get a fourth drone, but that was quite a lot of damage dealt here. A lot of lost mining time. Spore was forced. 3 drones were killed. Good trade here for MaxPax. And he's not done. We're coming in with the Oracles. The Oracles have arrived. We have our first across the map. Second is on the way. Looking for any damage. We do come across a stray drone here. Forcing a gas geyser. Uh-oh. We do get a kill on one of those workers, unfortunately. Queens are more than in positioning in the main, though. The main is safe and sound. Oracle is zoned away, but we only take shield damage. As we lose another drone, just camping the production. And we're not done. The first Oracle makes it back home. Second one, we basically just rotate around. Another drone falls. This is becoming too much damage. I'll be honest. We lose another 5 drones. Oh my god. Lambo, he's being pulled apart here. I'm afraid to look, but the trades, 8 workers have fallen so far. Getting into our transition, we have the Forge, we have the Twilight Council, +1 and Blink on the way. MaxPax looking solid right now. And he still has 3 Oracles being active. The Adepts are moving out as well. We're looking for even more economic damage. Lambo he's still redroning. He's still resaturating his bases. Doesn't have many Lings. He needs to be in position with his Queens. And so far he is. We have 3 Queens here at the 3rd. Oracle threatens a dive. Won't commit. Yeah, we're just going to be focusing on clearing up creep. Maintaining map control. So we are going to be pushing. Yeah, Tap safe. Threaten shade towards the main. Queens are able to keep up though, but so much creep is going to be receding here in between the bases. The 4th base has been spotted. We shouldn't be able to do much about this, even with all these Oracles. We do chip away at the hatchery itself, but we should be able to hold on, and Lambo should be able to get it up and running. As we are focusing on Ling production. Interesting, no Roach One here from Lambo. He's going Ling Bane. For the time being. Once the lair kind of closes, once it nears completion, we can throw down a Roach Warren, or we can go Ling Bane into Hydras. As Adepts are recalled back home, 4th base on the way. A very aggressive 4th here from MaxPax. Oh my god. I was not quite expecting that. Oracles, they will manage to make it out. Do take quite a bit of hull damage, but they do escape. No Roach Warren from Lambo. It's looking like Hydras. And he does get a surround on this base. Will force a cancel. Again, that was a very greedy 4th base from MaxPax. It was so aggressive, so exposed. He's still going for it, by the way. Oh my god. He wants it, Bobby. He wants it. And we are going for the Roaches. This Roach one is delayed, unfortunately, just because of all the aggression, just because of all the harassment. Lambo's Roach Warren ideally wants to be lined up with the lair, so we can start Roach speed as quickly as possible. It is unfortunately a little bit mistimed. As MaxPax, he's in position with his Blink Stalkers, moving on forward. Big Link counterattack here on the right-hand side. MaxPax out of position. But he can defend. He has more than enough to defend. He can keep pushing. And we catch out the Queens. Blink is done, but we don't blink forward. MaxPax being very careful with his movements. Doesn't want to be caught out. Oracles have arrived. So many fresh tumors go down. Oh my god. That was brutal. Ling's going to try to engage. We have plenty of Oracles here to support. As we try to come in for a surround. Oh, big stasis trap does go off. Massive stasis traps even. And MaxPax, he maintains his position. He can keep on pushing. Reinforcements on the way. Queens are going down one after the other. We get 2 Queens. Roaches have arrived. Lings once again from behind. The stasis trap is about to run out. Another does go off, only on 2 Lings this time. As we do dive on this army, we try to get a full surround. Again, these 3 Oracles, they go ham on the Lings. Another stasis trap goes off. And MaxPax does minimize his losses. Kites so well here against these Lings. Trades so efficiently. We'll back off. Behind this, we have Zealots. They're going to shut down the 5th. We have Zealots here in the main base as well, keeping all these Roaches busy. That's going to be a kill on the hatchery. And MaxPax does stay for those Zealots, moving back towards the 5th base. as Lambo is going to be pushing forward. And again, without many Lings, these are going to be rough trades for Lambo. A lot of Roach is going to be going down here in the trade. Banelings have arrived, but again, MaxPax applying so much pressure, and because of this, his 4th base is up and running. The 5th base is on the way as well. These bases have been left untouched, and Lambo is being pulled apart. Again, the soup does lie. Supplies are similar with each other, but that is inflated supply from Lambo. And that 4th base is compromised. Fighting off a creep, chasing the Stalkers all the way back to the 4th is brutal. And with that, yeah, these Stalkers, we're getting out of control here. Lambo, he just can barely keep up. He's at least holding on to his 3rd. Like, the hatchery does survive, thankfully. But MaxPax, he's just pulling Lambo apart left and right. GG gets called. The trades have been brutal. And MaxPax will take a 2-0 lead. GG. Once again, it was a rough start for Lambo. He was losing far too many drones at the start of the game. He lost so much momentum. And MaxPax, in the follow-up, in the aftermath of losing all those drones, MaxPax was able to take such good trades with his Stalkers, trading so efficiently against the Lings. Stasis traps were popping off left and right, and Lambo could not engage with those Stalkers. He was trying to, but he was just losing far too much in the process. And yeah, MaxPax just out-traded him. Crazy. Did out-trade him in the end. Not like this. And with that, I'm hoping we can avoid the 3-0. I'm hoping we can avoid the one-sided series here, but this has been a rough start here for Lambo. Can he fight back? Can he force a reverse kill or reverse sweep? I want to believe he can. I want to believe that Lambo can pull it off, but we'll see. We'll see if he can bring it all back here against MaxPax. MaxPax, he's the best Protoss in all of Europe for a reason. His PVZ is insane, and as we're seeing here, Lambo is struggling in this best of 5. I'm hoping that we can have a back and forth. I'm hoping that we can make a series out of this. We'll see. We shall see. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Hardlead, we have our blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion from the land of Germany. He needs to fight back here and now to make a series out of this. It is Lambo. Going for another 15-15, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. Ooh, the Danish Protoss player leading the series. He needs one more to win it all. It is MaxPax. Again, MaxPax has stumbled his way into the finals. He did drop maps to Wayne, to Spirit, to even, am I crazy? I think there was a 3rd player, right? To Wayne, to Spirit, and to Battle B as well. But here against Lambo, it feels like MaxPax has his number. It makes sense. Lambo has been playing more straight up, and Wayne is more aggressive as a player, so maybe Wayne was able to catch MaxPax off guard with either Ling Floods, Roach All-Ins, or even Muta Switches. But here in these more standard games, MaxPax, he's been just so in control. He's been in the driver's seat this entire time, and Lambo has been dancing to the beat of MaxPax's drum. MaxPax is so comfortable here in this series. At least he looks so comfortable. Can Lambo kind of shake things up here? Can he somehow slip MaxPax up overall? I hope so. We'll see what the opener is going to be looking like. Once again, 15-15, delayed gases for Lambo. Very safe opener from our blue Zerg player, but with that, it means that aggression isn't really available anytime soon. Are just going to be droning. There are some Zerg players like Dark from this opener are willing to skip Ling speed, go straight into Roaches, and go for a Roach push. That is available here. It is possible, but not really seeing that from Lambo. Again, he's not really that kind of player. There we go. We are settling on in. And once again, we have our Stargate opener. The problem here is that, again, MaxPax has no reason to deviate. It's like, as much as I would love a Void Ray opener, like, these, like, the standard openers of MaxPax have been achieving so much for him. There's no reason not to go triple Oracle and to get, like, 10 drone kills. It's he's been achieving a lot with this, and Lambo's been struggling. So until Lambo tightens up his early game defense, MaxPax has no reason to switch things up. Has no reason to. Let's say threaten his shade into that natural. Lambo going to be focusing on Ling's speed, going to be pulling out of gas from here, droning on up. And once again, we're going to be seeing a repeat. 3 games in a row here. We're going to have a Depth Harass from MaxPax into his Oracles. So Depth say, do threaten that natural. I don't quite commit though. You end up cancelling. Oracles are on the way. We get eyes on the positioning of the third base. Overall, we do wedge our Adepts here in between the mineral patches. Oracle goes straight for that natural. Queens are in position. So 1 drone goes down. But so far, a much stronger defense out of Lambo. Remember, these first 2 Adepts, they killed 4 drones in the last game. This time, they achieved nothing. A big reason for this, though, is that Lambo did invest into more Lings. He has produced more Lings here. Adepts picking away at those eggs, at the larva. Yeah, the Queens are coming, and we get a surround. It looks like we should be able to bring down one of these Adepts. One Adept will fall. Oracles, they head straight for the main base instead. Both of them do. Once again, Queens are in position. Stasis Trap going to be going off only on 1 drone. And finally, this is the defense that we've been waiting for. Lambo, he has only lost 2 drones throughout all of this. Much cleaner defense here compared to Game 1 and Game 2. Much more solid control and positioning out of Lambo. And for the first time, we're not like falling behind here in the early game. Let's go. We're in a good position. Lambo, he takes a 4th. He's been able to maintain his economic lead. He's droning up even further. +1 melee on the way. This is the best that Lambo has looked this entire series. Let's go. And is this the beginning? Is this the beginning of the comeback? That's the real question. That is the question here. We have charge on the way. Okay, so it's not going to be Blink. It's going to be a charge follow-up from MaxPax. It is going charge or Archon instead. We'll keep an eye on how many gateways are thrown down from MaxPax as well. Oracle gets a Revelation here in the main. Blair on the way in the natural instead. Keeping it hidden. Oh, we dive on top of the Queens here. 1 Queen is going to be going down. Good trades here with the Oracles as we get a 2nd Queen, but the Adepts will fall. A bit of a give and take. I would say a better trade for MaxPax as he kills 2 Queens here at the 4th base. And I'm not sure if they're going to be replaced. We're down to only 4 Queens. Ooh, uh-oh. No creeping Queens available here for Lambo. There we go. They are being rebuilt. Meanwhile, Lambo moving out with his Lings. He does threaten the 3rd base, but MaxPax is in position. I love that he's revealing Stalkers as well. The Zealots have been kept behind this. They've been kept hidden. 4 more gates on the way. Ooh, that is going to be 8 gates in total. So 8 gate, 3 base charge push here from MaxPax. He does have a 4th on the way, but that's going to be a lot of Zealots available for MaxPax. Archons as well. This is going to hit like a truck, and I believe we do not have Roaches. We have a Roach Warren, that is true. We have 1 Roach available. We have 7 Roaches on the way. Thankfully, they're going to come out just in time. But our 7 Roaches is going to be enough. As we are not pushing with Zealots. We're just dropping here with these Archons, but we should be reinforcing. There we go. The Zealots are on the way. We trapped the Archons. There we go. So you break in. Lings are in position. Decent stasis trap on a handful of Lings. Yeah, Roaches are pushing forward. We have plenty in position here. And we will force this back. essentially trading Lings for Zealots. At the same time, a Zealot counterattack here at the 4th base. We have reinforcements just in time. Lambo will clean this up as well. And for the first time this series, Lambo takes a massive supply lead. He shuts down the Zealot harass. He shut down the Adept harass earlier. But Lambo has thrown up to 81. Okay, we're going for a bit of a longer game. We're saturating the 4th. We are pushing. Speed is finishing up for these Roaches. We're reinforcing with Lings. We are pushing towards that center base. Can MaxPax hold? Yeah, MaxPax, there's no saving this 4th base. He has an Immortal, but only one. The Prism coming in behind this. We can juggle it, of course, to safety, but Lambo, he's going for the army. Got a little bit greedy, going for the base instead. And should get a kill on the Nexus. And it will go down. Very nicely done. Zealot Runby does hit that 3rd. Only getting a couple of drones as well. Again, Lambo, his defenses this game have been so on point. Barely losing. He's lost 4 drones. 4 workers have gone down here. Barely anything. Which is why his economy is just booming. He's able to reflect that with his army size as well. MaxPax isn't out of this though. He has been taking up into a bay, into double robo production. We have double disruptors being produced at a time. 2 at a time. So MaxPax, he can still take a fight. But Lambo is not out of this. Not by any means. So we do pick off a Queen. Lane Roach turning back around. And Lambo has been able to take up towards that Hive. He's working on Adrenal. We do have melee upgrades. They have been prioritized. We're going into Ultras here. Now, Ultras, they don't do amazingly when it comes to pushing into entrenched positions, but they do amazingly when it comes to engaging out on creep, out on the map, out in the open. Without SimCity working against them. Oh, the Disruptors! Oh, we do misrally them into the Roaches, and 1 Disruptor goes down. MaxPax slipping up a little bit here. Does make a couple of mistakes. Lambo trying to capitalize, trying to pull apart the army. A decent Nova on those Lings. Not bad. Now, the problem here is that MaxPax is in the dark. He's been stuck defending for quite some time, so he hasn't had the freedom to scout. As a result, he doesn't know about the Hive, doesn't know about the Ultra Cavern, doesn't know about the army composition. Otherwise, he would be making Immortals. Immortals should be on the way, but because MaxPax is in the dark, he's making Disruptors and Colossi instead. He has a good army against Lingbane, Roach, Ravager, not against Ultras. I mean, it's okay against Ultras, but not ideal. Roaches are being caught out, but we're replacing those Roaches with more Ultras. We have a Spire on the way, kindness plating as well. Spire should be for Broodlords. And MaxPax is pushing right through the center. Does have a pretty efficient army, is what I will say. Looking terrifying. Zealots are caught by reinforcements. By a marauding group of Lings and Roaches. Wall of Spine Crawlers is ready for this. MaxPax runs into some Lings though. Good trade. Good pick off by MaxPax. Zealots, they get into the main base. Overlords. Ultras are revealed. And immediately, Immortals are on the way. Immediately, Immortals are in production. MaxPax now realizes what's been going on. Realizes his misstep here. Even going straight for the Ultra Cavern. Can he get it? He shouldn't be able to. We have Transfuse. Oh, we do get a Transfuse though, but so much damage is being done. We're getting the Ultra Cavern. Oh my god. Give MaxPax 4 Zealots in a dream and he will kill the Ultra Cavern. Does deny Ultra Lord speed. Ultra Lord? Ultra Lord speed. At the same time, we do miss rally. Archon and Immortal go down. Again, a very messy game here. A pretty scrappy game here for MaxPax. Greater Spire is on the way. Lambo pushing on the left-hand side. Oh, is being forced back. Does take some Novus to the face. At the same time, a massive Link counter security does get on top of the Nexus. And the Nexus will go down. Good pick off here from Lambo. But MaxPax, he is maxed out. These ultras are going down. We spoke about this ultras. They're amazing when it comes to engaging out in the open, but not like this. Ultras are going down. Expensive losses here for Lambo. He can remax though. He has a bank. He does have a bank available, and instead of remaxing on ultras, that's a corruptor. Broodlords. Broodlords are going to be on the way for Lambo. I do like this a lot more. As we saw, these ultras, they have a really hard time pushing into these bases. So why not skip out on the ultras? Clearly they're not working. Get into Broodlords instead. And what is the answer to Broodlords? Typically a mass amount of Blink Stalkers or Sky Toss. We have neither. We have some Stalkers, don't get me wrong, but looking at the units tab here, we only have 9. 9 Stalkers, that is not enough. Now we do have time. We do have some time here before the Broodlords have arrived, but we're on a timer because they're on the way. That window is closing. The Broodlords are in production. MaxPax, he does need to scout them. He does need to get eyes on them. To start up more Stalkers. To start up some Stargates. Spine Crawlers go down. Ooh, MaxPax responding hard here to this one Ling. Not like this. So we are pushing on forward. Yeah, the Broodlords are finally revealed instantly. We have a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon, but this is a late reaction for MaxPax, which means Lambo has to take advantage. He can move out now and try to press it. But as I say that, we do have some Zealot counterattacks. They're forcing Lambo back home, forcing him to respond. A couple of drones went down in the main. But again, the longer this goes on, the better it is for MaxPax, because again, he has time to transition into Sky Toss. Lambo, we gotta go. We do need to push out. We have 10 Broodlords, soon to be 12. Here we go. Yeah, Broodlords are in position. Now, the disadvantage of Broodlords, of course, is how immobile they are. And you could try to go for a bit of a split push. You can see MaxPax moving on the right, pushing on the left. Trying to buy time. There it is. We have 3 Tempests being produced here, but it's going to take quite a while here to get up to a good Tempest count. Now, the plus side for MaxPax is these Broodlords aren't being upgraded. Just now we start a +1 air attack. It's so late. These are 0/0 Broodlords. So we do have potential for a comeback. We could try to catch him out. 1 Archon goes down. As Lambo, he's finally arrived here with a mass amount of broods. 12 Broodlords forcing back the army. Even Yearling one of those Archons. Tempests have made it, but we have Vipers. Do you have those Vipers available? We go for the Neural on the Tempest instead, and Lambo is snowballing out of control. He breaks through the center base. The Nexus will go down. MaxPax trying desperately to go for a counterattack, but he runs into a wall of Spine Crawlers. Lambo, he was ready for this. And he's turning back around. The Ultras push towards the 3rd. And Lambo is turning back around with his Broodlords to clean up what little is left of this ground army. Again, it was just a late scout from MaxPax. He had no idea the Broodlords were on the way. He just was not ready for it. Was not prepared. And this base will fall. We do see MaxPax trying desperately to go for these run-bys. We have a drop into the main. But the Nexus will fall. And MaxPax is down to 4 bases remaining. How many Tempests do we have? 5. 5 Tempests. Can we like somehow make a comeback happen here for MaxPax? The problem is Lambo's bank. He's got 4,000 minerals, 2,000 gas. He has plenty of resources to work with. Has lost a lot of drones, that is true. Did lose a base. MaxPax is given some time. And at least he preserves his Tempest, is what I will say. Tempest count is getting higher and higher. When it comes to the army composition of Lambo, we could do with more Corruptors. We only have a handful of Corruptors. We are lacking some anti-air here. We could do with throwing away some of these Ultras. Like, the Ultras and the Broodlords have the same role. Like, their goal is to shut down the ground army, so we don't need that many Ultras. So I like the idea of bleeding off some Ultras, replacing them with more Corruptors. Broodlord, Corruptor, Infestor. Kind of what we want to be working with. We have maybe too many Infestors. We have 11. Oh my god. I was wondering. I was like, we don't have that many Ultras. Like, where's our supply right now? Instead of Infestors. 11. 11 Infestors for Lambo. Ooh, that's a kill on the Nexus, not a cancel. 400 minerals down the drain. Hey, ay, ay. I am concerned as a couple more Corruptors are going down. I'm concerned that we don't have enough anti-air. There we go. 5 Corruptors on the way. But that's still only going to be 9. So far, good kiting here. Good feedbacks on some of those Infestors. Fungal grazing one of the Oracles. Grazing the army. Max Fax. Can we pull this off? We can. This is a more efficient army. I do like Max Fax's army better. There we go. 6 more Corruptors on the way. We're building up a decent Corruptor count. The upgrades are still lacking. We still only have 1 Spire. So we only have 1 0 Corruptors and 1 0 Broodlords. That is concerning. Lambo, it looks like he was hoping he could have maybe ended the game earlier. But the Death Ball of Frodos has amassed. We take down an Ultra. Take down another Hatchery. Lambo getting ready for a counterattack. Which is quite risky, I'll be honest. Max Fax turning back around. No, never mind. He's committing. We deny this base on the left-hand side. Nexus goes down. At the same time, Max Fax pushing in. Yeah, Tempest with their upgrade as well with tectonic destabilizers. Actually, did we cancel? We did. now it's on the way. We canceled it for the Void Ray speed upgrade instead. Flux mains. Good fungal here on the Tempest. We do get, oh my god, 4 of them. Big Storm on those Corruptors, but we will shut down 4 Tempests. Well worth it. The Neurals were all we needed. Big Storm here on those Corruptors, but yeah, the Tempest will fall. I'm loving how we use them against the army of Max Fax. It's been 5 Tempests going down in total. But this is still anyone's game. Lambo, he holds onto the base. We're going to be recalling over towards the left-hand side with the Mothership. We have a defensive recall available as well. Spinecrawler going to be going down. The Broodlords, they are late to the party here. It takes them a long time to rotate. But the Hatchery will survive. And that's what's important. Meanwhile, a Zealot Run-By doesn't quite take down the Hatchery. There was some Broodlords left in position. Once again, another Neural. Very nicely done here by Lambo. The Neurals have been amazing. It's been a really creative way to kind of catch out these Tempests. It's really risky, of course, but has been working. Behind this, we're getting into carrier production. Still on 12 Infestors. Building on more Broods. Max Fax still struggling to get this left-hand base up and running. It's on the way. Sixth is on the way. The game is going to be selling for a moment, and now we're actually building up our upgrades. We have 2 Spires. 2 is on the way here for Lambo. His Corruptors and Broodlords are going to suddenly be looking a little bit better here in these fights. Once those upgrades do kick in. Oh, this base is going to be a big moment here for MaxPax. Getting another fresh base up and running. Banelings are rolling in. They do roll in. They do crash into some of those probes. Mainly side defense. 6 probes go down. But MaxPax, he does hold on to this position. Lambo taking one of MaxPax's base here. A very aggressive expansion for Lambo. Now, I believe the recall is available once again. It is. So MaxPax, he can try and go for the mothership maneuver for a second time. He can try to find his way into one of these bases. So many of them are low, but these hatcheries still have not gone down. We do need to do something about these bases of Lambo, as Lambo's economy is keeping him very much so in this. MaxPax knows it. Broodlords have been revealed. And MaxPax is pushing in. We could end up trading a base for a base. Yeah, Lambo is going for a Nexus at the same time. MaxPax should be pushing in. No, he recalls. Oh, recalls into the recalls into the main. He goes straight for the main base. Spawning pool goes down, but there is no hive in the main. Does take down the main hatchery. Not the most important base whatsoever, but he does get some tech structures. As MaxPax did lose his own Nexus, but he needs more damage. Oh, the storm! Oh my god! The storm on the Protoss. Lovely neural from Lambo. But the Greater Spire. This is a big pickup. Greater Spire is going to be going down. That will delay 3-3. That will delay the 3-3 upgrades. Tempest pushing forward. Moving towards the Hive. And again, Lambo is waiting for the Tempest to overextend. Again, his goal is those Neurals. We're going in. Bungle does going to be the yoink. We get a Neural. Neurals are thrown down, but it's not going to be enough. The Infestors are exposed. And 2 Infestors get picked off. Overlords are pushing forward. Good Fungals here on the Sky Toss. And the Corruptors are getting ready to dive in. The Void Rays are low. They're so low right now. We're running out of storms. Corruptors are breaking through. We take down the mothership. We neural another one of those carriers as well. And it looks like we may just barely have enough. Yeah, the Skytoss army crumbles before these Corruptors. So patient play here out of Lambo. Waiting for the last moment before he commits with the Corruptors. Forcing the storms to be wasted. And Lambo, he has this. He has a massive supply lead. He's going for a massive counterattack as well. And MaxPax, what does he have left? He has a handful of units remaining. 2 Tempest, 2 Void Rays, 2 Archons. 2 of everything, basically. And here come the Broods. MaxPax almost clawed his way back into this. Good storm. Oh my god. Very nice storm from MaxPax. Lambo has to be very careful to overextend. It does connect with a Fungal, but there's no follow-up. MaxPax, he's barely surviving here. But we should be able to take down these fringe bases. And Nexus is compromised. Void Rays, they come in. Big Fungal here on the Void Rays. Do we have much anti-air? Yeah, we have 12 Corruptors. We have enough. The storms are insane, but the Void Rays are going down, and we can clean up this army for a second time. Lambert, he has done it. He's fighting back in this series. Again, he had a much stronger early game. He barely lost any workers whatsoever. He was in control. And he will take down this Nexus. And with that, the economy, it's almost non-existent for MaxPax. He's out of money at his third. His natural top right down to, yeah, only a handful of patches. 4 patches left. GG gets called. And Lambo will put a point on the board. He does fight back. GG. GG, well played. I was concerned. I was concerned it was going to be another 3-0, but again, Lambo was able to not just have a cleaner early game, but he was able to shut down the first push. He was able to sneak into Broodlords unscouted. He was able to gain momentum because of that as well. And MaxPax was always one step behind. Was perpetually one step behind here in this game. And Lambo able to put a point on the board. Let's go. does fight back, is making a series out of this. Let's go. As our next game is going to be on Oceanborn. Oceanborn is up next. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Red Protoss, a player representing Psystorm Gaming, still one game away from becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Europe champion. Representing Psystorm Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, going for a 15-15. Once again, we have our Blue Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion, putting a point on the board, fighting back in this series. It is Lambo. Here we go. Again, it felt like it took a lot for Lambo to take that game, but we're here. We're in game number 4. We have made it. I want to believe we can go the distance. I want to believe that we can force an ace match. Can Lambo pull it off? Now, we are loading into Oceanborn. Oceanborn, very tempting. Very tempting to go for an all-in. Like, Roach Queen-based all-ins are so commonplace here on Oceanborn. Whether it's Roach Queen, whether it's Lin Queen, Nidus-based all-in, you know, a German taxi. They're very much so trendy on Oceanborn. Is Lambo going to indulge himself in that? Or will we have more of a reactive game instead? Will we see something more reactive? As MaxPax is going to be pulling back. Lambo, of course, is going for his 15-15. Going for delayed gases, going for a secure base location. Just going to be droning off from here. And we are waiting for the tech choice of MaxPax. With the positioning of this pylon, it should be a Stargate once again. We should be seeing a Stargate opener into Oracles, I imagine. We haven't seen MaxPax deviate yet, but we also had a much stronger defense from Lambo on hard lead. So I'm curious if that means that MaxPax may try to mix in a Void Ray. We'll see. Again, that last game at MaxPax, he killed 2 drones. His Oracle Harass was not anywhere near as successful as we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2. So he may decide to spice things up with his first unit of choice. Whether it's a Void Ray, a Phoenix, or back to Oracles. We'll see. See what MaxPax does whip out. That's just going to be scouting, checking the third base locations, making sure there's no hidden lings. Making sure that everything is as it should be. Stargate is done. We're going for our first unit of choice. Meanwhile, big shout out to SE24 in the chat. Thank you so much, Papi God. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. I hope you enjoyed your Jaime sausage. SE24. Hope you did enjoy yourself. And welcome to the grand finals of ESL Open Cup Europe. We're here in a best of 5 between Lambo and MaxPax. MaxPax has been looking dominant so far in this series until that final game, until game number 3, where Lambo was able to tighten things up, have a stronger early game, and able to have a solid mid game as a result. Did look very good in game 3. Meanwhile, once again, Oracle first, second Oracle's in production, first one is zooming across the map. And Lambo, it's going to be on him to minimize losses again, just like he did in that last game. We have 2, soon to be 3 queens here at the natural. Nothing at the third. And Lambo going to be able to force this back. You can see as well that because of these 15-15 openers, it's so much easier to actually be in position and protect your saturated mineral lines. It isn't as awkward to defend. We only get 1 drone so far. Meanwhile, second Oracle pushing towards that natural. Spore, though, is done. We have our Spore, we have our Queen going for +1 melee, and we have a Baneling Nest, not a Roach Warren. Delayed Baneling Nest here from Lambo. Sorry, what am I? Delayed Roach Warren from Lambo. Opting to go for the Baneling Nest instead. This can lead into Ling Bane into Hydra production. We could go Ling Bane into Hive Tech, or just Ling Bane into Roach Ravager and just a delayed Roach Warren instead. I'm assuming it's delayed. As we are moving out with quite an army, it's going to be 4 Adepts and 3 Oracles. This third base is looking quite exposed, but Lambo is not aware of that. He's not aware of how little there is at home to defend. As MaxPax is pushing behind this, we got a Gateway Explosion, Forge, and Twilight Council on the way for +1, and I imagine Blink, but we'll see if we dabble into Charge. Oracle does head into the third base, gets 2 more drone kills. There was no Spore. Spore now being thrown down after the damage was done. And we do have confirmation it is Blink. Blings, they do go for the surround. They try to at least, they get 1. They get 1 Adept, the rest they shade into the natural. We have plenty of Blings in position. And Lambo, he shuts down the Adepts. Again, it has paid off to invest into all these Lings. He has minimized his losses as a result, still losing a couple of drones here and there, but again, this pales in comparison to what Lambo was losing earlier. Oh, let's go, we're going for a Baneling Waddle By. And 8 drones have fallen. Lings, they do threaten that third, trying to distract the army, drag MaxPax out of position. Shield batteries are on the way. Banelings are going to be waddling in, waiting for their moments. Up! Yeah, Lings, they do distract the Stalkers. But the Banelings do pull back. We don't go for it. We don't like our chances, and we spoke about it. Because we invested into Ling Bane, Hydras are a logical conclusion. There it is, Hydra Den has been thrown down. Ling Bane into Hydra does very nicely lead into Lurker Tech as well, into Hive Tech and Lurkers. And Ling Hydra does beautifully against Stalker heavy compositions, which happens to be what MaxPax is working on. Stalkers into second Robo and a Robotics Bay into what looks to be Colossus production. Now, once we realize that Colossi are on the way, we do need to start working towards Hive Tech and Lurkers. Vipers and Lurkers are going to be key here against Robo-based ground armies of Protoss. Lambo, though, he's still in the dark. He still doesn't know. He hasn't seen what MaxPax is up to. Ling setting up a counterattack. They head for the third base. Good SimCity here, though, from MaxPax. Does warp in, does defend. Lings are being forced back. At the same time, a big Stalker counterattack here gets an Overlord, gets a couple of tumors. But we'll pull back. We do pull back to the safety of these choke points. Again, so difficult to engage with Lings. There it is, we're making 2 Colossi at a time. MaxPax pushing right through the center. Gets an Overlord. Overlord gets a Queen, takes down a couple of Lings. Stasis Trap, not ideal, only gets 3 Lings. Ooh, the other is going to be denied. Lambert collapsing on this army. Punishing these Stalkers here again. Ling Hydra can trade so well against this. Takes down 2, 3. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 5 Stalkers. Oh my god. So many losses. And Lambert, he can keep pushing. He knows it. But what about the Colossi? That's what's scary right now, is that Lambo, he didn't take up into Hive, he didn't take up into Lurkers, and the Colossi have arrived. Did Lambo tunnel vision a little bit too much? Banelings are rolling in. Big stasis here on those Banelings. Some of them will crash into the Colossi. Ooh, and 14 probes will go down. A massive counterattack here at the 4th base. Damage is being done. And the economy of MaxPax is going to be crippled. Can we get a kill on the Nexus? Oh god. The Nexus, it is barely going to be going down. It's so close. And it will fall. Massive pick off there from Lambo. At the same time, he kills a couple of probes here at the 3rd base as well. 16 probes and a Nexus. And MaxPax, what can we do from here? We do have 3, soon to be 4 Colossi we have to counterattack. Like, we have to push. We cannot let Lambo get away with this. As Lambo, he's still trying to saturate his fourth. MaxPax getting ready for his push. Waiting for that fourth Colossus, waiting for the Warp Prism. I don't blame him. We are moving out. And again, thankfully for MaxPax, no Lurker Den, no Hive Tech. It was very committed from Lambo. You can see Lambo trying to set up a bit of a flank. Trying to set up a surround. Yeah, but the fourth base, it's going to go down. There's no saving it. There's no creep. Zell's pushing at the fourth. The fifth base will fall. Not a bad pick up here from MaxPax. Lambo going for a counterattack. Moving out with his Lings. Still working towards his Hive. Again, with his Hive, we can get Vipers. Vipers are the only thing stopping him from killing these Colossi. Does need them. It's the only thing that Lambo is missing. But before we can make any Vipers, MaxPax, he is pushing once again. He's barely saturated his fourth, but he realizes, he knows how much pressure he's under. He knows that he needs to get more done. Lingbane has been spotted. Zealot's going to be distracting this army. As Lambo, looks like he does want to set up a surround. Yeah, it does catch some reinforcements. Big pickoffs. Stasis Trap is going to get baited. Lingbane does roll in into Archons. Not the best trades here from Lambo, but he has an overwhelming army. Pushes on forward, avoids a lot of those Stasis Traps. Does connect with the Stalkers. Is it enough though? Oh, one Colossus falls just barely. The Hydras do pull back at the same time. Zealous, they get a kill on the fifth once again. Lambo just cannot expand. Cannot expand, but he still has a pretty decent army. So there's plenty of Lingbane to work with. There's that Lurker Den on the way. Vipers have just arrived. How many Vipers? Two. Two Vipers in total. Gathering up energy as we speak. Lambo just needs a little bit more time. Meanwhile, MaxPax, he's stuck with a ground-based army. Now, depending on how many Lurkers there are, MaxPax can still pull this off. Otherwise, he needs a Skytoss transition. Oh, actually, what he needs is a fifth. He needs another Nexus. Now on the way. Lingbane being forced back. MaxPax rotating over towards that third. Where Lambo is maxed, and he has those two Vipers. They have been spotted by MaxPax. He's aware. Charge up run by towards the left. Forcing back the army. Lambo thinks about it. Does think about committing. He overextends. Both Vipers go down. Massive pickoffs. 22 drones go down, and Lambo, in the blink of an eye, he's being pulled apart. We lose the mineral line, we lose the base. GG gets called, and just like that, in one fell swoop, MaxPax will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Europe champion. GG. GG, well played. Things weren't looking too bad for Lambo outside of the fact that he could not take a fifth base, but he had Vipers, he had a maxed out army, didn't quite have Lurkers yet. Remember, the Lurker Den was delayed, the Hive was delayed, and MaxPax was able to pull apart his opponent before the Lurkers arrived, before Lurkers came out. And not just that, but Lambo did make a mistake towards the end. He did overextend with those Vipers, lost both of them. Without the Vipers, you cannot touch those Colossus. They cannot be touched, or you have to rely on the Protoss player to overextend, to make mistakes to actually get on top of them. So massive pick off there from MaxPax. Very quickly escalating out of control, and with that, congratulations. Congratulations here to MaxPax. I was believing that we could see an ace match, that Lambo had done enough, but no, it barely was not enough. Could not take down MaxPax in the end, but this was a better performance than last week. Remember, last week, it was MaxPax versus Lambo. It was like a 25-minute series, like a 25-minute best of 3, best of 5, and MaxPax 3-0'd Lambo. Here, Lambo took a game, and he almost forced the ace match. Again, he looked far better here, far more confident, far more just tighter in general, especially in these last 2 games. Game 1 and Game 2 were unfortunate. Yeah, the first 2 games were brutal, I will say. But, you know, it took just a couple of games for Lambo to really get into the swing of things, to keep up with the tempo of MaxPax, and I was able to have a better performance towards the end of the series. Did go down, but wasn't a bad performance by any means. GG, well played. With that, congratulations to MaxPax for winning 2 weeks in a row. My condolences to Lambo for getting 2nd place 2 weeks in a row as well, but again, did look far better compared to weeks past. Clearly has been improving, and clearly will be continuing to improve as well, I'm sure. With that, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks so much, everyone, for the support. We do appreciate it here. We did just wrap up with the ESL Open Cup Asia, and now we've wrapped up with Europe. And we will not be casting ESL Open Cup Americas. It's just a little bit too late. It's at a really bad time here in Europe. For those that are curious, I am currently residing in the land of Europe. I'm in Poland. That's why I was able to go to IEM Katowice, and why I was able to, or why we're covering ESL Open Cup Europe as well. So basically, we're trading out Americas for Europe. I do plan on covering Americas via replays in the coming days. In the coming days, we will have a replay cast to go over what we missed out on in ESL Open Cup Americas. But other than that, hope you have a great time. Hope you enjoyed IEM. I do recommend watching the VODs because it was an amazing tournament. I was fortunate enough to be there live. I was fortunate enough to meet up with some fellow viewers, community members, and fans as well. It was a little bit surreal, but it was beautiful. It was great meeting up with fans of the channel, fans of the casting, and even giving out like autographs and signatures, and it felt good, felt wholesome, Papi, felt wholesome. I don't know if I'm going to be able to go to another event like this in the future. I do not know. It was a very expensive trip, very expensive yeah, travels here to Poland, to Europe, and to IEM, so I don't know if it's going to happen again, but regardless, we made a lot of fun memories, a lot of great times were had, and I'm happy to have been a part of this, and no regrets from my side at least. But yeah, with that, thank you so much for watching, thank you so much for the support, so we're going to be back in the future. Let me just take our calendar. I think our next broadcast is KSL. I believe, yeah, the KSL is up next for us over the weekend. I believe going to be on Saturday or Sunday, depending on where you are in the world, is going to be this weekend. But as I just mentioned, we may have some replay casts of ESL Americas once we have the replays available to us. Likewise, we also have the replay casts of IEM Katowice, and we may go over some of the games that were not seen on the main stream. There were 3 streams. There was the C stream, the B stream, and the main stream. And we may go over some of these side stream matches ourselves, because obviously we didn't get to see them. I was watching everything live, of course, in the crowd, but we missed out on the side stream, so we may go over them ourselves on the CranKy Ducklings. We'll see, depending on how many matches there are and how long those broadcasts would be. So yeah, most likely there's going to be a couple of replay casts in the next couple of days leading into KSL. So do look forward to that. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We do appreciate it. And we're going to be heading off for the night. It is quite late here. It is almost midnight in the land of Poland. So I'm going to be passing the hell out. It's been a long weekend. It's been a long week. It's been a very long week. It's been just a lot of StarCraft. Very little sleep was involved as well. And yeah, I do look forward to embracing the veg. Embracing the veg. But yeah, with that, we're going to be heading off here for the night. Thank you so much for watching. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who. Jake, no regret, is streaming, but he's got plenty of viewers. We'll find someone. Find someone to raid. I know that Mr. Sadsack was streaming earlier. Who do we have? We have someone who I don't think is an English caster. Oh, sorry, English streamer. We have Madalekos. we'll find someone. We'll find someone to raid. So stick around. I'm gonna be giving someone else a raid, giving some love, giving some support. Ooh, you thermal just went live. We know where we're going. We'll see you guys there. Until then, enjoy, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye. Bye. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego.